Hello, hello, and welcome to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are glad that you could join us today, take some time out of your preparations for New Year's Eve, and celebrate with us not only the end of 2023 and the beginning of 2024, but also the official launch of our book, What in Hell is With Us? And we're going to take the opportunity today to preview some trailers that we've been working on for the book. We've also planned on sharing some content from the book with you today, and also some of our plans for the future. But we wanted today to also give you an opportunity to participate and share any thoughts that you had about the previous year, or any insights or foresights you might have regarding 2024. Because suffice it to say, there is a lot looming over the horizon, and a great many people are feeling this. There's a lot of talk of big changes, and not all of them good. Let's put it that way. There's seems to be quite a bit of impending chaos just waiting for us around the horizon. So what does that mean for us? How does this affect how we proceed on our path, on our practice, and our focus in life? So we want to just have an opportunity to, well, do what spiritual practitioners do in times of transition. It's an opportunity to retrospect and again seek our own intuition. This is not about fantasizing or speculating necessarily about the future per se, and we're not laying down our hopes and our goals and becoming attached to outcomes, but rather to, again, reflect on where we've been, and likewise have an outlook for where we are going, and to prepare ourselves for what might be, as we said, over the horizon and around the corner. So Kathy is here. Hello, Kathy. And Benjamin is also here. Hello, Benjamin. We're glad that you could join us today. And for anyone wishing to participate in any capacity, by all means, please feel free to do so. The links are in the comments, but as you can see, I've also thrown it on the screen. That's your direct link if you want to participate in the live stream. It's ironic that today might be, well, perhaps it's not ironic, because it is New Year's Eve after all, even though it's only 2:00 in the afternoon, our time. For people in Europe and elsewhere around the world, it's probably much closer to their New Year's Eve celebration. So it might be a small group today joining us, but that's okay. We didn't expect overwhelming numbers, but we did want to use this opportunity. Well, not least because, the past week was very hectic is not the right word, but action-packed, filled with family, filled with food. Oh my goodness, the food. Way too much food. And then, the cooking, the cleaning, the preparation, the after feast cleanup, and all of that stuff. It really not only eats into time, but it also wears one down. So we were actually quite pleased that we were able to uh, get so much accomplished that we did. We have 2 trailers to show you today. We're going to give people an opportunity to shuffle in here. We'll wait and see who else is showing up because we don't necessarily want to keep, replaying them over and over and over again. They are on YouTube and we can share the links, but they're not public yet. So we're going to play them from our computer for now. And then once we've finished this live stream, we will make those trailers publicly available. And from that point forward, you can share the link to whichever one. You can share it on social media or what have you. But we'll probably upload at least one of them to Facebook to begin with, and we will make them both live on YouTube. But I mean, that's just so that we can go around sharing them. But dropping 2 trailers in one day is probably not the best strategy. It's better to space things out. So we might only do the teaser trailer today, and then make the other trailer. We'll drop it. We'll make it live next week, or in a couple days or something. Anyway, we'll have to work out the details on that. Again, we're a little bit. We were up at 4:30 today. This morning, we were also up at 4 yesterday morning, doing a lot of this work. So, and we had family from the States, and they brought their dog, and this dog is, shall we say, very needy. So, for one of the trailers that you will see today, we basically had a Hungarian Vizsla sitting in our lap the entire time we were working on that trailer, which meant we basically couldn't use a keyboard. Everything we did was basically with the mouse. And so we had a dog in our lap, and we had the mouse over here, and we were able to do what we could. It's just, imagine having a medium-sized hunting dog that thinks it's a lap dog and behaves like a cat when your cat wants affection. You know how your cat will walk all over your keyboard and whatever, and like lie down right on your keyboard as you're trying to type, because of course, why is that keyboard getting all the attention? Doesn't he know that I'm a cat? Isn't that, so anyone who has a cat know all about this. So this Vizsla, this Hungarian hunting dog, is just like that. She's very, very, very needy, and she will not leave you alone until she gets the affection that she needs. She'll sit there and she'll whine and she'll cry and she'll beg and anyway. So, but in spite of all that, because these videos it's really, a lot of it's drag and drop stuff, right? It's really working with graphics and videos and images, so there is not a lot of typing, which is frankly going to be a nice change of pace after writing a 365 page book. That's, by the way, the final tally. We might as well get into it, some of the details. But first, Roy says hello. It's already 3 a.m. here. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year, Roy. That's, of course, right. Roy is on the other side of the world. He's in... Oh, now, hang on a second, Roy. Is it Thailand you're in, or the Philippines, or Vietnam? We know that you're somewhere in that part of the world. So it's already 2024 for Roy. Joanne says, Happy New Year, Attlas, per the Pope's calendar. Laugh out loud. Yeah, somebody said that if we had the 13-month calendar, which is what, the Augustan calendar, we can't keep, I can never keep this stuff straight. But if we had 13 months, all the months would be 28 days. All the days would fall on exactly the same number each month, and all this kind of stuff. Somebody worked it out, and there's all kinds of memes on the internet about it. We don't give it much thought because we don't see that being adopted anytime soon. Kathy gave us a smiley face, no doubt about the comment about that dog in our lap, for literally like 4 or 5 hours at a time. Um, it's not easy getting up out of a chair when you've had like a 50-pound dog sitting in your lap for 5 hours. Oh yes, Philippines. Yes, we knew it was in that part of the world. We knew it was one of those countries, and so yes, Philippines it is. So why don't we start getting into it? We've updated the website for the book, which you can see here. This, of course, is atlasalex.com, and we have it books and what in hell is with us. So we now have a section called formats and purchase options. So we have links to Amazon and Kindle and Apple Books, Barnes and Noble, Booktopia, and Audible because uh, the paperback, hardcover, ebook, and audiobook are now all available. And if you believe this or not, they completed the audiobook. I mean, the audiobook was approved on Saturday. That was yesterday. The audiobook was approved yesterday. It was sent back once for a technical issue, but then the publishing team, their sound engineers fixed the technical issue, and then we got final approval basically yesterday. So we're able to announce and make it, the official announcement today that all 4 formats of the book are online and they're available and they're for sale. And again, you go to the website, go to formats and purchase options here, and it'll take you right down here where you can see you have multiple different options. And there are more options beyond this because we didn't publish just with Amazon. The audiobook will be available in iTunes. If you prefer iTunes, if you use Apple products and you don't like Amazon, or you don't like, Audible or whatever, uh, the audiobook will be available in iTunes. It just might take a few days to get on there. It goes to Audible first. But if you click any of these links here it is. Here's the book on Apple Books. Now this is obviously the ebook, and that's $8.99 US. It's the same price in the Kindle store. So yeah, you click on Amazon Kindle, and there you go. So actually, if you click any of the except for the Audible link, there's the link to Audible, right? If you have now, it's pretty pricey on Audible, but if you have credits, you know how Audible works. You get credits, right? So you should be able to use your credits towards getting it if you want to listen to it. And what we've done is we've made all the information available here on the website. So here you can see the dimensions of the book, how many pages. The paperback and hardcover are both 356 pages. And then we have the ebook, it's 14 megabytes. And then the audiobook is 16 hours, 16 and a half hours is the length. We actually haven't downloaded the final finished polished audiobook yet, so we haven't heard it yet. But if it got approved, that means that it was a good enough quality that it got approved. So yeah, so we have, with this, we've covered all our bases as best as we can tell. Anything that anybody could want, we made it available, and it's available in multiple outlets. Now, if local booksellers and whatnot choose to carry it, they can do that as well. So we are not married to Amazon. We did not go for the Amazon monopoly here. So we published with a group called Ingram Spark, and then they make the ebook and paper books and audiobook. Well, actually, no, they only work with the printed book, the printed and ebook. But then with another company called ACX, they work with the audiobook, and they make it available on different platforms, not just Audible. So as you can see, we have Barnes and Noble. This is Booktopia. Booktopia is Australia. So we try to cover the Barnes and Noble. If we think Barnes and Noble is the UK, if we're Oh, no, no, we no, that they're American as well. There was a UK bookstore we were thinking about adding to the links, and we might do that. We might add more links to this page as we progress. But let's face it, most people, if they want to buy the book, they're going to be getting it from Amazon anyway. So, all right, so that's the update on the website. We don't have to dwell on that too much, but we will be making more updates as well because the videos that we have to show you, they're going to find their way onto the website as well. So, I mean, we spent enough time working on them. The whole point of them is to use them as promotional marketing material. So let's see. We might as well get into it here. Let's hang on a second. Let's go back here. Okay. So how should we do this? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Okay, well, we'll do it like this should we do it like this in the frame, or should we do it like this in full screen? You guys won't see me, but you'll be able to watch the thing, and the watermarks and stuff are okay. So this is the teaser trailer. We can maybe, well, we leave us down in the bottom corner. That shouldn't interfere too much either. So the first trailer we have to show you is it's kind of like a teaser trailer. The theme of it is the wait is finally over. A lot of you have been waiting in eager anticipation, and so this trailer is sort of for you. Oh, we'll come back to that. We'll get on with this trailer first, okay? So here we go. If you guys don't hear it, please let me know if you can hear the sound or you can't hear the sound. Benjamin says, "Did the Leave the World Behind podcast get flagged? I don't see it." Yes, it did. Oh, that's a good point, Benjamin. The Leave the World Behind podcast live stream was flagged and removed by Google for copyright. Yeah, they Netflix complained, and we should have known better that we wouldn't be able to get away showing you as much as we did. We should have stuck with showing you stills, or usually the most you can get away with is 8 seconds, and it's really the sound. It's really the sound that they get you on. So yeah, it says yikes, and Kathy says that she shared it and they deleted it. Yeah, they Netflix and, well, some of the all of the content providers are pretty strict when it comes to copyright, because they know that they don't want people uh, uploading, like downloading the movies on Netflix and then uploading them to YouTube, right? It cuts in on their margins. Now, it doesn't matter that the way we were using it was entirely 100% fair use. It was not full screen. It was always in a frame, and we were commenting about what was on there. So it really is like, that's why even what do you call it? Movie reviewers and stuff on YouTube, they have to use clips, but the clips are muted, and if there's sound, it's like maximum 8 seconds at a time. It's really weird. It's really strange. I don't know. I would not want to be a movie reviewer on YouTube, because I can't imagine what grief you get constantly. The Skywalker Apocalypse video we made was not. We got a couple copyright strikes on it, but we what do you call it? We were able to appeal on the grounds of fair use, and the clips that we used were already on YouTube. It's just when something is brand new and it's not on YouTube yet, we were showing you clips directly from Netflix, and that's what did it, because everything is digitally signed. You can't see those digital signatures. I can't see those digital signatures, but that copyright ownership and those digital signatures, YouTube can see them. And Netflix probably has an agreement with YouTube that's Netflix says if somebody's showing things directly from Netflix on YouTube and the content has that digital signature, they just take it off right away. So we won't be able to do that in the future. It is possible if we can go back, we can cut out those videos and replace them with placeholders or just stills, like a still slideshow, and then we'll be able to restore it. But we haven't gotten around to doing that, obviously, because of the holidays and everything else. So we'll look into doing that. Okay, so without further ado, here is the teaser trailer for What in Hell Is With Us. Oops. So that's our that's our world premiere of that teaser trailer for the book. That took us all morning to make. Mind you, the videos and stuff we had selected and downloaded already, because there's another trailer we're going to show you, the cinematic trailer. This was just like a teaser. So any comments, any feedback? We're interested. We want to know what you guys think, because before we go live, before we go public with it in a larger scale, right? You can watch it on YouTube if you have the link, but it doesn't show up yet on our channel because it's not like you said, it's not public yet. It's on there. It's unlisted. That's what YouTube calls it. So there's the link, and it's in the chat as well. So if you're interested in watching it again, you can feel free to do so on your own device. Kathy says that she loved it, and Benjamin says 2 thumbs up. This one was it. We're not. It's a little strange. Because these are templates that we work with. We find appropriate templates and then we basically you just plug in the content and you change the words, right? So we didn't actually like design all of that. Somebody else designed it. But oh, and then of course the music is, again, you have to find the music that's going to fit, and then but you have to do the timing and matching it up to the music and everything yourself. So that part of it is the creative part. We really enjoy making videos in this capacity because for us, it's essentially editing is what we're doing, or video compositing is maybe another way of thinking about it. But to us, it's it's really motion collage is what it is. It's moving collage, and it's working with found items, which is what collage is. And that has always been, as a visual artist, because we're not very good at drawing and painting and so on, but we have a very strong visual acumen, and we have a good storytelling. We're able to piece images and match them together with the sound, and so it's like we used to, maybe we told you the story, maybe we didn't, but it's New Year's, so we might as well. The fact that we're uh spending the last few days before New Year's making these videos and now sharing them with you on New Year's, this is a tradition of ours which stretches back to university and high school, actually. The way our social circle always worked was everybody did their family thing. Kathy says that she liked the music as well. So do we. So we yeah, so finding the music is always part of the fun because you have to go hunting for these things, right? Um, so our social circles, everybody did their family thing around Christmas, but New Year's was reserved for friends. That's when all the friends got together because we covered all our bases, we did all our family obligations, and now we got together as friends and we celebrated New Year's together. And at that celebration, at that New Year's party, everyone would get a handmade Christmas card from yours truly. And we would spend, uh, well, the entire year we would spend clipping interesting images and titles and headlines and advertising and illustrations and from magazines throughout the year. We had a couple magazine subscriptions. One of them was Entertainment Weekly, strangely enough, and we had a couple monthly subscriptions, and we would cut out things that of course grabbed us. Now, they grabbed us intuitively because the way you do collage, the way you do found items is you allow your intuition to tell you, hey, that's good. Pick that, take that, cut that out, clip this, clip that. And so we had a file folder, and we had a bunch of different like themes and or so these are images of men, these are images of women, these are couples, these are animals, these are this, these are that. And so we had some like one of those accordion file folder things, and we had like 20 or 30 or I don't know how many folders we had in there, but all of these little clippings from these magazines would go into them. And then around Christmas time, over Christmas holidays, that's why we said we started doing this in high school and through university, because over the Christmas break, this was our entertainment when we weren't doing family obligations. Then we were working on our Christmas cards, and then we had until New Year's to get them all done. And then at New Year's, everybody got a homemade Christmas card that was a collage, but it was a storybook collage, or sometimes it was a trifold, a trifold like a brochure, but each panel told the story, right? So a trifold brochure actually has one, two, three, four, five, or four panels, like one big panel or 5 with the smaller panels, and then you have the back panel. The back was where I, gave them my greetings and my signature. Like the personal stuff was always on the back. But there was always this story or something, or joke or something, and it was all, or some other, like, well, like some kind of a collage, multi-paneled or multi-paged, and usually related to some kind of inside joke or some kind of story or experience that I had with that particular individual. So it was very, very, very personalized to them, and they were very unique. The big story ones, we use construction. We use construction paper as the base. So we had colored construction paper. They were very colorful. They were vibrant. They were cheery, or they were they were funny, or they were serious, or they were whatever. And this is our wheelhouse when it comes to visual communication and visual storytelling, because we don't have the painting and drawing acumen, but we have the ability to read the forest and the trees, as it were, see the trees for the forest, and we can cherry pick and pick them out. We go, okay, that's good, that's good. We can use this, we can use that, and it was completely intuitive. And this was a way for us to practice discernment and listening to our intuition and following our intuition in a creative process. And the fact that we did this for years and years through high school and university meant that we developed that ability, and we apply it now, and we have been applying it for decades, working in our marketing and promotional stuff. When you're looking for clip art, or you're looking for icons, images, or whatever you're working with, nowadays it's everybody works like that now, right? You're looking for found images. So you go onto these online databases, and sometimes you usually have to pay some kind of a subscription to be able to access them, like Getty Images or all that kind of stuff. And and it really is a skill that's developed to be able to allow these images to grab you, to know which ones are going to work and which ones are valuable. It's very time saving than trying to think it through, or dump everything in or download everything and then manually go through testing them and everything else. So creating these videos, like we say, it's like moving collage. That's how we comprehend it, and that's how we work with it. So yeah, so we were basically with this work, we were doing the same thing that we were doing years and years and years ago with construction paper and scissors and glue sticks and magazine cutouts. Because yeah, you tell a story. You have to tell a story with images, and well, obviously the cards didn't have any sound, but there was dialogue, right? We were able to, like, when you do a collage, like when you do you see in movies when they do ransom notes, and the ransom notes are made out of letters that they cut out of magazines so they can't be traced or whatever. That's a trope from Hollywood, right? You get a ransom note that has that looks like that. It's a collage of letters. So we used to do that kind of stuff as well. Or we would pick headlines or paragraphs of text, like a quotation or something. And so there was an audible audio aspect to it, but it was simply on that level, right? So there's a blast from the past regarding New Year's for us. And here we're doing basically exactly the same thing. So it's nothing is by accident. Everything happens for a reason. And who would have known, this was 30 years ago, 30 years ago, that making Christmas cards for our friends would help us develop skills and abilities that we're now using today and that are critical for the marketing and promotion of our book and other things that we're here to do. And because we've been doing, we've been making videos for clients and projects for years now. So we never know when we're growing up, the things that we're doing and the things that we're drawn to. If we lack the discernment then, like I didn't have the discernment back then. I had the intuition to know, pick this and pick that and pick the other thing, but I didn't have the foresight to know that me making Christmas cards for friends is actually me being trained. Me learning how to do this is going to be an incredibly valuable skill 10, 20, 30 years from now. I didn't know that. It never crossed my mind. This is why we have that expression, ours is not to reason why, ours is but to do or die. When we follow that impulse and you have that intuition, that being impulse to do something, especially in this case, was to do something very special and very personal for our friends. What Kathy says, and something very unique. After a while, by fourth year university, all my friends said they were, when I finally showed up carrying my my file folder that had everything in there, everybody was already like, everybody was on the edge of their seat. They couldn't wait to get one of their card, because no matter what they got for Christmas that was purchased from a store, what they got from us was an original work of art. That's what it was. Very personal and personalized to them. And we poured ourselves into these cards, right? Blood, sweat, and tears, and time and energy and consciousness and effort over the course of the year, collecting and accumulating all of the material that we were going to work with. Because that's the other thing about collage. Our favorite toy as a child was Lego, right? Kathy says, I want one. Well, we'll do you how's this? We'll do you the next best thing, Kathy. Why don't we show there's 9 people watching now. So why don't we get to the cinematic trailer, and hopefully you will consider that as a worthy substitute. How's that? Let's see if we can get all of this organized. Okay, here we go. Let's go back to the beginning. So again, this is a okay. So, because remember, you all are seeing these first, except for a few, like very, very, very limited number of personal friends and colleagues that we have that we show these things to and request feedback, because maybe we made a mistake or they have a suggestion or something that we might consider integrating before we go public. But in terms of, this is being shown to you the first. You're the first. These are being premiered today, right now, on these live streams. So in that sense, you are very much among the privileged few. So here we go. This is the cinematic trailer. Kathy said that she couldn't hear that. Does anybody else have problems with the audio? Benjamin says because of the YouTube. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be because there's no copyright issues with these. We've already posted them to YouTube and they've cleared the copyright. So Stuart said no audio either. Why is that? It worked before. The last one worked, didn't it? Garbled audio. Okay, so we're going to try something else here. Let's kill that. But we're going to try something else. No, hang on a second. Okay, it's this one. Okay, so we're going to try playing it from YouTube. She says the audio was too low. Stuart says, Happy New Year to all here. Happy New Year to you as well, Stuart. Tiffany said garbled audio. Stuart says excellent visuals. Okay, so let's try it again. We're gonna try playing it from YouTube this time. Okay, so again, but this time, if you don't hear it, let me know right away. I'll just stop it and then we'll try to figure something out. Okay, let's see if we can. Let's try this. Okay. Something is wrong. What can possibly be wrong? That's so weird because the first one worked fine, didn't it? Oh, that's annoying. That is annoying. It's times like these when you sit here and going, okay, now what might be the problem here? You can hear me though, right? Okay, so you hear me talking, so that's good. So it's just the video that's not working. But the first video worked. If we're understanding you, the first one worked. So there's something with this with the second one, and we don't know what it is exactly. So we could try doing this. Oh, she said the first one was too low too. Okay, so we're gonna try this. Kathy or whoever, let us know right away um, if the sound works this time, because we won't be able to hear it. We won't be here. We're gonna assume that it's there, but we won't be able to hear it from our end. So let's try this again. So you guys can hear me pretty well. So let me try this and let's see if this gets any better here. Okay. So let's go back and so that one. So we got a lot of yeses. Yes, I can hear it. Better success. Okay, so that's good. Do you want to hear the other one? Is it worthwhile? Because what we'll do is we'll give you the link. We gave you the link to the other video. You can watch it yourself on YouTube, and and then you can get the sound 100% then. And then this one too, if you want to, you can watch this one as well. Or here's the link. So this is the link to the one that we just watched, the cinematic trailer. It's just called Trailer HD 1080p or whatever on YouTube. So, okay. So this is for whatever reason, uh, StreamYard is funny when it comes to being able to share something and getting sound through. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's spotty, it's this and that. And then sometimes in this particular case, the sound, the best that we can determine is that the sound was coming through the microphone. So what we did is we turned off the noise cancellation and we turned off auto mic leveling to be able to pick up the stuff coming through the speakers. So not ideal, but anyway, we got it to work, and that's the important part. So we're not going to be making, not all the videos that we do about the book are going to be these types of, these are just teasers and like this is like for social media and whatnot and so forth. We're going to be making slightly longer videos that use sections of the book, and probably will be taking sections of the audiobook. Although we might be dinged for copyright for doing that, so we might just have to record it ourselves again. But we are the copyright holder, so in theory, there shouldn't be a problem. But we have a lot of work in this department moving forward in the marketing and promotional side. But again, it's a nice change of pace from having done all the writing over the past year, especially. So here we have, for example, this is a press release that we wrote that we're sending out to media outlets, but we're not distributing this wide. We're being very selective with who we send this press release to. And so the goal here is to do things like, for example, let's view the navigation pane. So we have like sections here from the introduction, talking about planes taking off and dimmer switches and what the nature of awakening is like. Because everybody thinks that awakening is a light switch. One day you're asleep, the next day you're awake. And there seems to be, we just got a notification from StreamYard that about Wi-Fi issues, but excuse me, we're plugged into the router, so I don't know. StreamYards is funny. StreamYards is that's the company that we use to do these live streams with. It's hit and miss with the technical side, as we have discovered together. So some of the things we're going to be doing, for example, is are using some of the what's the right expression? Like the takeaways, some of the highlights, and that we can package in a fairly succinct way and make a particular point, but leave it as something, an intriguing doorway into the overall point of the book. We don't want to call it a thesis, because it's not a thesis. It's not a theory. But individuals will find different entrees into the text. And we want to be able to create the tools, the vehicles, or the doors, the right doors that will intrigue them and entice them and welcome them to come in and explore the rest of the topics of the book, which they might not have otherwise considered, or that might not otherwise interest them. So that's one of the reasons why in the 4 pillars of the Great Awakening that we experienced and describe in detail, we cover everything from transhumanism and AI to conspiracy, to the culture wars, wokeness in the culture wars, and then the New Age. That covers a fairly wide swath of the population, and each one of those are a phenomenon that has so-called awakening at its heart. And that is what that cinematic trailer and the teaser trailer we showed you are communicating. But these are false awakenings. Conspiracy promises an awakening, to be red-pilled. But being red-pilled and believing that all the suffering in the world is being caused by extraterrestrial alien reptilians, or if it's the extraterrestrial Anunnaki, or if it's the evil cabal, or if it's the Illuminati, or if it's always out there, right? There's always some evil out there in the world that's the scapegoat for all of our suffering. But that orientation is itself the conspiracy. That is the matrix. Because out there is the world of illusion. That's the world of Maya. It does not exist outside of our minds. And the fact that the ego always projects out there, the more people have that orientation, and conspiracy theorists absolutely have that orientation, and the woke absolutely have that orientation. Well, the more they point the finger and play the blame game and see themselves as a victim, the weaker they become. And that's the great awakening. All these people think that they're awake, that they're red-pilled. Or in the New Age, they think that they're gods already. Well, you're not a god. None of us are gods. None of us will ever be gods. That's the hard truth of it. This being that you identify with is a mortal vessel. You can't take it with you. This mortal vessel, this personality of ours, this physical body of ours, it's going to stay here in the simulation. Because that's what we're in. The equivalent of a simulation. And we get into this in great detail in the book. And perhaps this is an opportunity to actually go through this in some detail. The foreword of the book, well, we have the usual, you have a dedication, you have acknowledgments, we have about the author, and we have the foreword, and I wrote the foreword, right? The foreword is written by Attila. We even signed it. And the first part of the book, if I think we mentioned this to you before, we included QR codes, and we did that for the benefit of people who download the e-reader, or download the ebook, because ebooks are notoriously bad for showing links, and they can't do video worth a damn. So we have a lot of videos that we link to that we use to illustrate what we're talking about. And we also have on the resources page on our website, our book resources page, we included all of the figures in full color and all of the videos as well, So that's for people who are listening to the audiobook, or they have the ebook. They can get full color images of every image that we used in the book is here under the resource section of our of the What in Hell is With Us page on our website. And we also have, of course, all the videos. We created a special playlist, and all of the videos that we connect to in the book via QR code are all here in this one playlist. So we wanted to do this again because being readers ourselves and being readers of ebooks and whatnot, we know how frustrating it can be to try to read a book on an e-reader, and the images are just um, they're difficult to read or make out, especially with infographics and stuff like that. But on the website, I mean, obviously, when you're looking through a tablet or you're looking through on a computer, you can access those much better. And with the QR codes linking things, like if you have an e-reader, most people have a smartphone. So you can have your e-reader and you encounter the QR code, you just scan it with your smartphone, and then you can watch the video right on your smartphone. Or you can go to the link. It makes it more of a multimedia experience. Despite the fact that the e-readers are not good at multimedia. They're really only good at black and white or grayscale, still text and images. That's what they're made for, and that's what they're good at. So, but with everybody as having a smartphone in their pocket, they don't need to be good at it because, again, that's why we put in the QR codes. They look like they're really big on the page, but we're actually glad we made them this big because on an e-reader, right, on a screen like this is what, 4 inches? The QR codes are tiny. They're basically the size of your thumbnail. So we made them. I think we've made them as small as we could, even though they look enormous on the page here. When you read the book in the ebook format, this QR code gets shrunk down to, again, the size of your thumbnail. Your phone can still scan it though, and that's the important part. So we wrote the. We wrote and signed the. I wrote and signed the foreword as Attila, and then we get into the introduction. If you're interested, we could read it. If you're interested, but we won't dwell on it necessarily. As we said, what we're, just obviously introduces the point of the book, and that is everybody thinks that awakening is an on-off switch, but awakening is a dimmer switch. And though it's true that as soon as you engage a dimmer switch, you can argue that the light is technically on, but our contention is sure. And at Kitty Hawk, when Orville and Wilbur Wright technically achieved flight for a few hundred yards, yes, they technically flew. But what we understand today as air travel is flying in a commercial jet at 30,000 feet for 8 hours straight over the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean or over entire continents. That is reliable and relatively safe and relatively comfortable and relatively convenient, and you're not open to the elements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What we know today as necessary for flight in a practical, meaningful way, how flight has evolved, what flight has become, it's a far cry from Orville and Wilbur Wright at Kitty Hawk. Now, it was a necessary step. We couldn't get to where we are today if we didn't have Orville and Wilbur Wright at Kitty Hawk. It's just like you can't get to the maximum setting on your dimmer switch without going through all the all those gradients, all those lower settings. But when it comes to consciousness, particularly in the new age, people engage the dimmer switch a little bit and they start running around believing that they're enlightened. I was no different. They have a couple experiences and they think, oh my God, I'm awake, I'm a Buddha, I'm a this, I'm a that, because they had some spiritual experiences. We treat awakening, we're all at Kitty Hawk to one degree or another. We're achieving flight, we're achieving wakefulness for dribs and drabs, for little bouts, a few hundred yards at a time. Stuart says baby steps are a long way from Olympic gold. There are many, many, many analogies that we can use because we all practically, logically, experientially know this, right? Yes, when you learn how to play chopsticks on the piano for the first time, you feel accomplished. You feel like, hey, I played a song on the piano. This does not mean you're ready for Carnegie Hall. Just doesn't. But when you look at the new age and you look at the new age gurus and you look at what people on the new age and you look at mystic pride, you literally have hundreds of thousands of people who are playing chopsticks, but they believe that they think they're long. So really the introduction goes through this. And then after the introduction, we get into part one. Now, part one is a seeker's journey through hell. This is our personal story. And again, this is written from my point of view. This is my perspective, right? This is written, the book is written from the first person I, right? I am narrating this first part because after all, I was the seeker. And it's important to give the reader an on-ramp on which they can engage the other two parts of the book. So this is a personal testimony, and it also is an opportunity for the reader to recognize or identify similar experiences that they've had in their life, because they will have. There's nothing necessarily unique about our history or the path that we took. Yes, it's unique in the details, but there are always general themes. There are always aspects which are universal and which are shared with others and indeed everyone on the path. So this is a very, very crucial aspect of the book also, because this establishes that the rest of the book is not, it's not a research paper. It's not a bunch of regurgitation. It's not stuff that we read or heard or thought about and conceived of like some kind of theory of everything, or right? This part of the book establishes our direct experiential knowledge of the topics we will be covering in the remainder of the book. So not only is this a way to establish a rapport and a very personal, intimate relationship with the reader, where we are very vulnerable and we show our weaknesses and we show our failures, and and our struggles. This is our journey through hell. It's very, very, very important, not only for all the reasons that we just said, but also to establish the fact that what follows is self-evident experiential knowledge, because part two is going to be a seeker's revelations from hell. But before we get here, we got to start somewhere. So we start with the first chapter's call to adventure and about me. This is the cross from St. Elizabeth of Hungary Church. And here we recount being as a young child and looking up and staring having this cross, this Jesus staring us in the face. And even back then, looking up and saying, yeah, I get it. I get it. We don't like crosses where Jesus is looking up at the heavens. They're fine, but we feel you lose something. Christ doesn't look up. Christ looks down. And he's not looking down because he's being judgmental, and he's not looking down because he's patronizing us, and he's not looking down because he's being condescending or any of he's looking down at us because he's longing for us to make that connection with him. And to make a connection with someone, you have to look them in the eye. The omnipresent ray of Okidonok descends into all of creation. Master Abbottamento, known as Jesus of Nazareth or Jesus Christ, descended from the absolute. He comes down, and not only does he come down to this level, he descends into hell to save souls. The Christ is exclusively concerned with us down here. And yes, sure, Jesus looked up at the heavens and said, oh God, why have you forsaken me? But that's one moment in Jesus's life and Jesus's path and his entire process. And that's not why they have Christ looking up on the cross, by the way. Because Christians don't like the idea of worshiping a crucifix or a Christ who's dead or dying or suffering, right? So they want his head looking up and looking forward to the resurrection, in other words. So somehow Jesus looking up to heaven when he's hanging on the cross somehow connotes this, but for us it's just touchy-feely. It makes them feel more comfortable. And the crucifix is not something you're supposed to feel comfortable with. That's the whole point of the crucifixion. We don't feel it's appropriate to sugarcoat the crucifixion. Maybe we're wrong on that. You can decide. You can let us know if we're wrong. But to us, the crucifixion doesn't seem like something that should be sugarcoated. And frankly, Mel Gibson in The Passion of the Christ depicted the crucifixion in a way where he certainly didn't sugarcoat it. So anyway, this was this is our story. We'll just go through the chapters. How's that? And then we go to we get into the second chapter. It's our fall into the abyss, right? How we fell into hell. And we go through, right, talking about epilepsy, our deep dive into conspiracy, our doubling down in the New Age. We even talk about getting in on The Secret, and here we have a wonderful anomaly. Hopefully that isn't in the the audiobook, or sorry, the ebook. Anyway, so finally at the end of part one, we introduce us. And this is where we introduce how the rest of the book, we will be referring to ourselves as we. And we go through in this chapter explaining why that is, because we need to give that explanation to readers who are not familiar with that. And they're going to find that strange. But that's why part 1 is written as I, because that's familiar. And we can lead them up. And the whole process of that first part of the book is discovering Attlas and knowing myself, finding myself, and developing a working, practical relationship with myself. So that by the end of part 1, we can now introduce to the reader, because they have actually walked through all of these critical steps and phases of our history. And step by step, moment by moment, they've read about and have vicariously experienced or shared and know to one degree or another through that vicarious experience where we're coming from now when we talk about ourselves as Attlas, when we refer to ourselves as us. And that leads into part 2. And part 2 is broken down, because here we're talking about the revelations from hell. The first chapter, we're talking about our experiential knowledge of the human conditioned. This is a general overview of, again, the human condition. And but before we continue on any further, we notice that there is a comment here that Kathy left about crucifixes, the crucifixion. She says, "It has always hurt me to look at the crucifixion." Look, if someone watches Passion of the Christ and doesn't feel something, Passion of the Christ, the crucifixion is very, very difficult for empaths, because, for years we had difficulty watching Passion of the Christ because we could feel Jesus's pain, or we felt his suffering as if we were going through it. So it's difficult for empaths, but it's also an opportunity to transform those impressions. So it's the catch-22 and the double-edged sword of being an empath. Yes, it's wonderful to be able to feel things and be so sensitive to other people's emotions, and when, especially when it's joy and when it's peace, when it's bliss and so on. But when it's pain, we have to deal with that. And we have to learn how to transform and transmute the pain that we feel in others' pain, that is, that we experience ourselves. So then, we have the experiential knowledge of the human condition. And then from here, we get into chapter 2 of part 2, which is the dawn of virtual reality, AI, and transhumanism. And the important part in this chapter is to recognize that virtual reality and AI is nothing new. Neither is transhumanism, really. Transhumanism as a technical achievement, AI as a technical application, and VR as a technical phenomena, as a piece of entertainment or business tool. These are new. The technical manifestations are new. But virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and the desire to be something other than a human being is not new at all. And that the foundation of all of these aspects is mechanical. In other words, mechanical nature. It's mechanical nature expressing itself through technology. That's the new part. Through digital technology, we should say. That's the new part. But artificial intelligence is not new. We all have it. It's called our rational mind, our ego mind. That's what artificial intelligence is. And we explain all that in this chapter. We go through, for example, what we can learn from video games. We go through the fall of humanity, and the fall of humanity is the rise of the human-like machine. Well, the human-like machine, well, there you go. A human-like machine arose when humanity fell, when we ceased to become real, true human beings. We became intellectual animals or human-like machines. Now, we are biological machines, but machines nonetheless. And machines have a machine brain, which is binary in nature, the rational mind. Just like the computers we created are binary in nature. And the AI that we created reflect the synapses in the brain. And we go through all of this. We explain this scientifically and logically and frankly, irrefutably. I mean, people can be refuted if they want, but it's just, they're just the facts. We're just going through the facts. And that if God created man in his own image, we created the computers and the AIs of today, we created in our own image. And that's absolutely true. When you do your research into AI and how it works, it has virtual synapses. It has something called weights. The AI technicians love to use euphemisms. Instead of calling them what they are, biases, conditioned biases, they call them learned weights, right? But there you go. These people are being completely ruled by their ego minds. That there's no other reason to create AI than to contribute to the Great Awakening, which is part of the Black Lodge's job, right? The Black Lodge's job. So we get into the mechanical nature of AI. We get into the truth of AI, AI and self-awareness, many topics. And then finally, a game that mechanical nature began ages ago. We stepped through all of this, including, by the way, what is truly alien to mechanical nature. And we've gone through this before, but this is that scene where they're interrogating Ash, and he says this line. He says, "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you? A perfect organism. Its structural perfection is matched only by its hostility." He's referring to the xenomorph, the alien. And Lambert says, "You admire it." And Ash replies, "I admire its purity, a survivor, unclouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality." The power of the experiences that we've had and the knowledge that we are here to impart to humanity is that it's like the Christmas cards we would make, and all of those years of developing the eyes to see and the ears to hear, right? Developing the discernment and the intuition to know what works. We can pick them out. We can pick it out in film. We can pick it out in books. We can pick it out when we're speaking to people. It just jumps out at us in that sense, right? What matters, the real keys, the nuggets that are revealing, that are anchor points, that are revealing deeply, deeply, deeply potent and powerful truths. And this is one. But as you see here, we get to experience how the Black Lodge and those who are ruled by their egos see reality and see all of those spiritual people and religious people. And the Black Lodge thinks that we're all delusional. Why? Because the Black Lodge is not evil. we should step away from that word, and we don't even mention evil anywhere in this chapter, as best as we can tell. We focus on mechanicity. Because remember, evil is malicious intent, right? It's hostility and everything else, but evil is ill will. Evil is something truly insidious, where someone enjoys, someone takes pleasure, and someone relishes causing others suffering, but they relish it. We have to step back from that and recognize that the foundations of that are heartlessness, soullessness, unconscious, mechanistic, deterministic behaviors. And what Ash, an android, judges as purity. He says, I admire its purity, the xenomorph, the alien's purity, unclouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality. This is so powerful because what you see here is, remember we did a live stream, well, fair number of months ago now. We talked about the pursuit of perfection, and how if one seeks perfection on the level of mechanical nature, one can end up doubling down on that deterministic search for the purity that Ash is talking about here. We mentioned how the wealthy elite like to wear expensive Rolex watches and Breitling and Omega and Patek Philippe watches that are, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, $100,000. They wear them on their left hand. Why? Because of their perfection, because of their precision. They are precision timepieces. The timepiece, because remember, time is an illusion, doesn't exist. It's a creation of the ego. The ego creates time. Our subjective perceptions creates time, and time conditions us. We all know that, because when we're late for something, when we're rushing around or racing or speeding or caught in traffic, and we feel anxiety and fear and anger and worry and all of the different emotions that we experience around time, not having enough of it or having too much of it. What am I going to do? How am I going to fill my days? Oh, I'm so bored. I have nothing to do. I have nothing but time on my hands. What am I going to do? Right? So time is this fixation of ego on an illusory concept that the ego makes real and has plugged it into, has applied it to every single conceivable aspect of our lives. Everything is scheduled. The whole world runs on schedules. Even entertainment is scheduled. Even this live stream had to be scheduled. Make no mistake, we don't want to be hypocrites here. And then when we're making videos, it's is it a minute and a half? Is it 2 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? Oh, it's got to fit into this format or that format. Oh, it can't be longer than 1 minute, right? So time is one of these things that it's like money. And that's why we have that expression, time is money. Because money is another one of these things that human beings invented. Now, money is a little bit different from time. We can get into that. We didn't bring it up here because it wasn't relevant. We don't write about it here in the books. It's not relevant. Certainly the xenomorph doesn't care about money. Oh, but the company that wants the xenomorph above everything else, they certainly see value. They see dollar signs right here in the xenomorph, and that was that special order: bring back life form, priority 1, all other priorities rescinded. And what is a company? A company is a corporation. What is that? Well, we know that from another part of our book, but we can very handily just jump to the resources here. What is a corporation, right? A corporation is just a manifestation of egos and how ego exploitation of human resources. Ego exploitation of human resources in microcosm within ourselves leads to corporations exploiting human and natural resources in macrocosm. So there's your corporation from Alien. The xenomorph represents the egos and their nature, structural perfection matched only by hostility. That's the goal of the Black Lodge, to become perfected mechanically, mechanistically, perfect determinism, perfect control, which is why the Cabal and everything else are always obsessed with control and controlling humanity. Because humanity, fundamentally, at its core, has conscience and heart and soul and spirit. That's that ethics and morality stuff that the Black Lodge hates, because that throws a monkey wrench in the works. They see all that as delusion. They all see that as hallucination, and it's not practical because it's free will. The Black Lodge hate free will. They want control. That means they worship determinism. And that's what this whole first chapter of part 2 is revealing, and what it's all about is really establishing this fact and backing it up with conscious experiments of imagination and expressions like here from Alien. Because it's really important for humanity to get this. And not everybody's going to get it, but it's really important for a certain key percentage of humanity to get this. Because already there are all kinds of videos popping up on YouTube where philosophically and academically, people are debating the existence of free will. People are trying to argue that free will doesn't exist. That it's all, everything is all determinism. So you see, that's the forces of mechanical nature pushing their ideology, forcing their view of the universe, and trying to again control the narrative and control humanity by saying, "Hey, listen, you don't have any free will. That's just an illusion. That's just another delusion, like your delusions of conscience, remorse, and morality. Those are all delusions too." But determinism, therein lies purity, because therein lies control and predictability. Because what do stock markets like, right? Investors and corporations, what do they like? Nice, predictable curves, right? Stuart says, the corporate's favorite sport, golf, a game of individual control. Thank you for being here and shining light in the dark engine, the dark engine bay of mechanicity. And Kathy says, yes, I've seen many of these videos on free will. Why do you think it is? Like, so they're coming after, Forget about privacy and all that stuff. It's really the free will that they're coming after. So that, Klaus Schwab has that favorite uh, quote, "You will own nothing and you will be happy," right? So everything is going to be uh, they're they're trying to usher in, because that's really what socialism is. It's the nanny state. You get everything from the government, but now you're beholden to the government for everything. And then the government is then in complete control of everything. Okay, so we get into other aspects here. A little bit deeper into some of the jargon around transhumanism. Here we have the ego's endgame, called the singularity. Yes, and how mechanical nature started this game a long time ago. Then we get into chapter 2 of part 2, which is waking up from the matrix of conspiracy. And this is all about being red-pilled and blue-pilled. Stewart says, "Oh, they detest freedom of expressive movement." Yeah, no, that will okay. So remember, during COVID, one of the things that they managed to accomplish with that particular operation was all of the travel restrictions, and not only those travel restrictions, but they managed to get like huge chunks of the population locked up in their houses, locked up in their homes. You can't travel. You needed a vaccine passport, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is exactly, Stewart is exactly expressing it here, because they detest people going where they want, doing what they want, seeing who they want, and following their intuition, their higher selves, in pursuit of what the Black Lodge ultimately considers delusional. They don't want people pursuing their free will. They don't want that. They only want it insofar as they can exploit it. So some artists and some scientists and inventors and so on, yeah, that's okay. They can invent and they can do things all they want. They have all the free will they want, so long as they're innovating and inventing and on the level of mechanical nature. Unless, of course, they step on the toes of the big corporations or the big industries, the military industrial complex, big pharma, big oil. They want you innovating, but not too much innovation. They don't want you releasing your breakthrough inventions or your breakthrough discoveries and making them go public and disrupting these huge structures, these huge industries. Yeah, they don't like that. They don't want that. They want to acquire those patents and bury them, or at least file them away in a vault somewhere until they're ready to be portioned out, right? In accordance with their plans, right? They want to control that process of innovation. So you may have heard of these things called think tanks, and you also may have heard the expression of lab rats. People who are given a sandbox to go and be creative in, to go and be to innovate in, but then they put you in basically like a playpen, and then they monitor you and they watch you and they oversee you. And if anything happens in that playpen that's valuable, well, they seize it. They seize control of it. And if anything is potentially harmful or dangerous to their own interests, then of course they'll seize that as well, and they may need to silence the inventor, the creator, the innovator, or worse, make them go away. Like that gentleman who, in the 80s, he publicized the fact that he made a automobile that ran on water. And he died in a restaurant. His last words were, "They poisoned me." So there's many, many, many stories like that. There's all these people who, invented cancer treatments or cures for cancer, and they all mysteriously passed away. So it's not a new story. People who have been threats to power structures and authority figures and so on have been swept under the carpet for millennia, certainly centuries. But it's just it's what you do when you are looking at things as from a mechanical point of view, right? It's really sociopathy and psychopathy, right? A lack of empathy, a lack of moral guidance, a lack of a conscience. These people simply don't care because they don't have those faculties to work with, because they're so possessed by the elements of mechanical nature, their own egos. They've completely drowned out the still soft voice. It doesn't play a factor in their life anymore, or very, very, just, it's so weak within them. And not that it's weak within them, but they're blocking it out. They've got so much armor, ego armor on, right? It's like soundproofing. Like, remember we talked earlier about that force field. That force field that becomes a prison for your true self. And you really lock yourself out into this externalized mechanical existence. And Kathy says, no, they kill inventors for that and steal the invention. Well, if you invent something, well, there's that. Okay, so there's lots of different scenarios. But the point is they want what's valuable. They want to have their hands and be in control of what is powerful and valuable. They don't want that outside of their control. They have to have it. They have to have it in control, be in control of it. Stuart says, just like Huxley's Brave New World, a mechanical caste system. All systems are mechanical. But yes, Brave New World is a very good example of mechanicity, because really, it's not a stretch to say that Huxley envisioned a post-Apple Macintosh world. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Oblivion with Tom Cruise, where all the technology is all like this clean white. All the technology looks like that it was designed by the people who design Apple products. When you go back and read Brave New World, it's like you're reading a world that was designed by the designers of Apple products. But of course, Apple didn't even exist. Computers didn't even exist when Huxley wrote that book. But he just had this insight, this foresight, that this obsessive cleanliness, what we saw when we read the book was, and I'm sure the creators of the film Logan's Run took a great deal of inspiration from Brave New World, because I mean, the similarities are uncanny. I mean, it's, if you want to call it inspiration, that's one thing. If you want to call it plagiarism, that's something else. But regardless, the aesthetic that is shown in Logan's Run, that futuristic, and there was a lot of this happening in the 60s, right? Because a lot of that neo art deco style and that cleanliness, and you can see it in 60s iconography in the advertising and the logos from the 60s, everybody jumped onto this cleanliness bandwagon. They were stripping away all the superfluous stuff, and then you had all of this modern architecture and everything had to be clean lines, and it was clean, 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 clean. So now you have these aesthetics where sometimes if you go over to someone's house that has these aesthetics, you walk into their kitchen, and it's like all stainless steel and this and that. And you feel like you're either in a laboratory or an abattoir. It's very cold. It's very lifeless. There's nothing. There are no flourishes. There's nothing organic about it. It's all very mechanical. It's all very clean, right? And it's all very angular. So all of this ties into what we're describing, and what people talk about a future and envision a future of being a certain way. The aesthetic of Apple products and why they're so seemingly irresistible. There's something so alluring about the design. Well, what's so alluring about it is that it's this perfection of clean design, of simplicity, right? It appeals to that mechanical aspect of ourselves. It appeals to our mechanical nature. It appeals to our egos. Whereas you look at Victorian design or Renaissance art, and yeah, you can certainly look at a piece of art or a work of art and talk about, you can look at a Rembrandt or a Vermeer, and you can comment about, oh, look at how true to life it is. It's like a photograph. And you can talk about, oh, look how perfect the perspective is, and look at the shadows and the lighting, and right. So you can come at it intellectually from a very, very technical point of view, perspective, and you can apply that to one degree or another. But to Renaissance art, high art, calls to a different part of us, and it speaks to that aspect of us that isn't mechanical. It's conscious and divine. And we are drawn to high art, music, film, visual arts, drama, etc., that we are drawn to that from that deeper place within us. And we can apply intellectual analysis to it, but that's not the same as connecting with it on that deeper level. So that's why when you go into an 18th or 19th century home that's that's in fairly good, it's either been restored or it's been kept well, and you look at the antique furniture and the flourishes and the moldings and the chandeliers and the gilded stuff, and there's always warmth there. There's warmth. It's not clean. It's warm. There's something about it that appeals to us on a deeper level. There's something, but the rational mind, mechanical nature would say it's not pure. It's messy. It's too busy. It's interfering with the purity and the cleanliness that we want, that we're looking for. It's worthwhile to test this for yourself. And you can test it just by being in the proximity of those well, okay, high art, modern art, not high art, modern art, high art versus modern art, Victorian era art or prior Renaissance art versus modern art or postmodern art. And no one's ever been moved to tears by a work of abstract art. It's impossible. Impossible. No one has ever been moved to tears by a Jackson Pollock painting. Or if they have, it's been ego masturbation. It's been some form of self-indulgent, egotistical, sentimental, who knows? But they weren't moved to tears of joy, of truth, of light, of love by any work of modern art. No one ever. We're willing to put our reputation on the line for that. With all the clean lines and the this and that and the other, and it's all completely intellectual. Or in the case of a Jackson Pollock painting, it's all just ego masturbation. He was just taking his anger and all his lower level emotions. He was just taking them out on the canvas, splattering paint on the canvas like someone takes out their anger and frustration on a punching bag. You know, you spend an hour in the gym punching a punching bag in the same spot, it's going to leave a mark. Nobody's going to call that art. Nobody's going to call it sculpture. But there are people who sculpt that way. They just take clay and they throw it thing with anger and this, and they pound it and they mash it, and it's like working with clay that way. It's really good to, get your emotions out into that clay. And then they fire it in the oven and they say, "Here, it's art." Is it? Well, might be art, but it's not high art. It's never going to move anybody to tears. You might have been crying when you were doing it, but that's because you were thinking about other things and you were emotional and this and that. Oh, my life is terrible. I'm so depressed. And you were like, you're working your emotions out, or you were indulging them as you were working that clay. But nobody's going to get any of that out of that art. Not that they would want to, not that you would want to. So again, this is like something that you can experiment for yourself moving forward. Stuart says, this reminds me of a brilliant quote I read by anthropologist Professor Edward Wilson. The problem all of humanity faces is thus: we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. Clear to see the Black Lodge in his words. That's interesting. So yeah, but it's a good point. He's just basically expressing how mechanical nature rules our lives. It's the human conditioned in a single quote, like parsing things out by time, of course. Mugaboo 22 says, the movie Leave the World Behind may be right. Nobody has full control of the global system, but they will do anything to gain that control. Well, the Black Lodge has control over this humanity. And we're not talking about, what Leave the World Behind, again, because it's an exoteric, on the exoteric level, he's talking about no one cabal has total control, right? But that's on an exoteric level. On an esoteric level, the Black Lodge, egos, control this humanity to the degree of 97%. This humanity is 97% ego on average, which means that the Black Lodge is in control, because the real Black Lodge are egos. They work from mechanical nature. They're not out there, they're in here. So their job now is to weaken humanity. This is what our book is about. The Great Awakening. And how did they go about doing it? Well, we've talked about one already, AI, artificial intelligence. And the second chapter is the matrix of conspiracy. Because if you believe that the cause of all the evil out in the world is out there, then you're not going to focus your attention on in here. So we go through this. Well, we're not going to go through this very detail. And of course, here we get into the law of entropy, and the allegory of Humpty Dumpty, which, because earlier in the chapter we talked about divide and conquer, and we use the allegory of Humpty Dumpty and a conscious exercise of imagination to comprehend this nursery rhyme in a way that perhaps, no matter how many times you've heard this, or perhaps recited it, or read it, you may have never considered what we reveal in our book about it. And that is, when you're on a wall, when you are on the wall. Oh, Mugaboo says he agrees of earlier we said about the Black Lodge ruling humanity. But when you're on a wall, what do you see? And if you fall off the wall, what do you see then? We won't give away too much. We'll just leave it at that. We're hoping that that some of you at least will be intrigued enough to pick up a copy of the book. Oh, speaking of which, we should mention that some have inquired about signed copies of the book, and we have yet to receive our physical copies yet, but that's because we didn't order them from Amazon. We order them from the wholesaler, the ones that actually do the printing, and they have a very different schedule and shipping arrangement. So they can't ship me a copy of the book with like Amazon Prime or whatever. So we're still waiting to get our physical copies of the book. And we haven't yet set something up on the website, but we will do some kind of process by which we can take orders. And the way it'll work is we will take orders for signed copies of the book. And as soon as we get 8 orders, we will put in the order because they have to ship a box of books at a time. And we just can't afford to buy a box of books right now because, we have to still cover the remaining investment on the publication. We have to pay for the audiobook and everything else. So at least for the next few months, we can't afford to buy 8 or 10 copies of the book necessarily. But if we have orders ahead of time, then we will be able to. So what we'll do is maybe as soon as we get like, I don't know, orders for 5, then we'll go and we'll order a box. Now, and the other thing too is we should decide perhaps, in order to make this expedite the process, if you would prefer to have hardcovers signed or paperback. There's a slight difference in cost, and but if half the people want paperbacks and half the people want hardcovers, it's going to take longer to get to 8, because you have to get 8 of the same thing. So it's not like, so I have to have like a box of 8 paperbacks or a box of 8 hardcovers, that type of thing, right? So we will figure out how to do this with our website. But this is only going to be for signed copies, okay? Because Mugaboo asks, is it better to get from your site or Amazon? Okay, you cannot get a signed copy from Amazon. Okay, we're only talking about signed copies and personalized copies. I want to set it up so that people can take orders on our website, and you can specify the name that you want us to dedicate the book to, or if you want us to dedicate it, or if you just want us to sign it with a signature. If you're worried about the long-term value of the book, it has more value if it's not dedicated to someone personally. So it has more value if I just sign it. But if you do want it dedicated to you, please say that. Please say yes. Please dedicate it to this name. So we will set something up to be able to do that, and to be able to take some payment, and probably through PayPal is the easiest way to do it. And it's the most universal way that we think everybody can have access to. Kathy says that she wants one, either one. And Stuart says, count me in. My preference would be a hardback. I'll go paperback if that's the majority. Okay. So, so what I'll try to do is on the form, on the order form on the website, I'll set it up so that everybody can say what their preference is. Right? So prefer this, but I will go with that, or prefer this and I won't go with that. So then we'll get a sense of numbers, and then we can go forward from there. So I'll take some time and I'll set that up this week, and then that'll come online, and we'll let you know through all the usual channels, and then you can go there and you'll see what we do there. And then again, when we get to some kind of a critical mass, then we'll be able to go and get that get that sorted out, the logistics and everything sorted out, and then get that to you. Now, the other thing too is going to be shipping costs. The reason why I haven't been able to set this up yet, and I won't be able to set this up until we get our physical copies of the book, because I need to be able to weigh it and go to the post office and know how much it's going to cost, right? To ship it to you. So Azazel says, hardcover without signature is what you prefer. If you want a hardcover without a signature, meaning you don't want us to sign it, then just go and buy it from Amazon. There's absolutely no advantage, really, to buy it from me without a signature, because of the time and the headache and everything that I need to go through to be able to get it to you. And after the shipping and everything else, it's like there's no real advantage for me to do it that way. And then it takes longer for you to get it. If you don't want me to sign it, then just go and buy it from Amazon. In fact, what would be really helpful is if you buy your copy from Amazon, you can leave a review there. See, those who are buying signed copies of the book from me, while on the one hand, I'm happy to do it, but on the other hand, the downside is I don't get a review on Amazon from you, because Amazon won't let you review a book if you haven't bought it from them, right? Makes sense. But regardless, all of you at any time, after you've read the book or while you are reading the book, if you want to leave comments or feedback or send me an email or whatever, send it out through the website. Maybe we'll do that as well. We'll set up a special form or something, or email or something. We'll figure something out where you can write a review and or a testimonial or something, and then we can add that to our testimonials on the website. So Zazzle says, okay, good thing to spare you a headache. Then it's not okay. It's not that much of a headache, because if I'm going to do it for others anyway, but it just really doesn't make any sense to buy the book from me if you don't need me to sign it. If you don't need a signed book, you get it from Amazon or get it from wherever you want to get it. It's beneficial if you get it from Amazon, because then you can leave a review. And that's really helpful, by the way. That's very, very, very helpful, because people look for Amazon reviews. Then they look for numbers of who have bought the book from Amazon as well. So until we get up to some kind of like critical mass, it's going to be really slow going. We won't get the normies. We won't get any people who aren't familiar with us. And we don't really have the numbers. We had the 10,000 followers on Facebook, but we don't have access to them anymore. So, and it's unclear how many of them have migrated over to our new Facebook page, because we're still only in the hundreds there. So Stuart says, I'll go through Amazon and review and save you some work. The review is more value to you than a signature that isn't needed. Well, Stuart, we appreciate that. But again, if you do want a signature, there's always, you always have the option of sending the book to us and we sign it and send it back to you. That's another option. And that would be the best of both worlds, because you get to leave a review on Amazon and you end up with a signed copy of the book. And we're more than happy to do that. But the return postage part is, we'll have to figure that out somehow. Benjamin says, I'll buy it on Amazon to get the normies. All right, so where did we leave off? Chapter 3 of part 2 is, this is where we get into the woke culture wars. We're not going to dwell too much on this, but one of the key characters that we focus on in this chapter is Thanos, and the other one is Gandhi. And we don't have Gandhi's photo. Everybody knows what Gandhi looks like. And this is a very long chapter. And the chapter finishes off with a section on the Grim Reaper, the original social justice warrior. Because we explain, like we showed in one of the videos, the underminer. And we explain all of that in this section, in this chapter. But that the ultimate underminer, the ultimate social justice warrior, is the Grim Reaper. Death. If you think about what wokeness is about, and you begin to realize what death is about, and what the weakening leading up to death is about, then that's why this is at the very end of this chapter of the book, because it brings it all together and starts synthesizing why and how wokeness is such a major contributing factor to the great awakening of humanity. And last but not least, part 2, we get into New Age awakening. And this is, a lot of that New Age stuff that we've covered countless times. And you've seen this meme before, but we just cleaned it up. We altered it a bit for the book. It's not quite fitting on the page. There it is. This is where we, in this chapter, we share our poem, Touched by the Christ, which you may have read already. But so regardless, there's a lot of stuff that gets, that we pulled from our blog over the last 10 years, because again, nothing's by accident. We have been writing this book We've been living this book for 50 years, but we've been writing it for 10 years. Because we always got slack. We always got complaints from people who are telling us that, oh, your blog articles are too long. Blog articles are only supposed to be like a few hundred words and a few paragraphs. Nobody's going to read your stuff. And it somehow didn't matter. It didn't matter to us. We knew that we had to write, and we didn't. When we were writing those articles, we didn't say to ourselves, yeah, this is going to be chapter so-and-so. Not at all. It's just like when we were a teenager or when we were in university, making those Christmas cards for our friends. We didn't know that there was purpose, there was method to that madness, that there was purpose to our handmade cards for our friends, above and beyond seeing their eyes light up and seeing the smiles and the joy and the laughter and everybody exchanging and like passing the cards around in a circle so everybody could enjoy everybody else's cards. At no point did that ever cross our mind that there was purpose to that. It's the same way that when we wrote these blog articles, I was just responding to the being impulse, saying, hey, you got to write this article. And it went on and on and on and on. And it became, 10,000 words, whatever. Just like our next book is going to be basically one article, but fleshed out, right? That article on fear is the foundation and probably what we're going to incorporate. But perhaps not. We might incorporate elements from the article that we did on relationships, but that's probably deserving of its own kind of light book. So our next book is going to be a very light read. It might only be 100 or 120 pages. It's going to exclusively focus on fear. But again, we have the first draft, or the nucleus, the foundation of that book is online. You can read it right now. It's called Face Your Fear's Many Faces, or Face the Many Faces of Fear, something like that. So that's the fourth chapter of part 2. And then we get into part 3, which is, right, A Seeker's Guide to Escaping Hell. But before we get any further, Azazel says, which animal year is it this time according to the Chinese astrology thing? And then he says, we sure as hell won't underestimate the rabbit again. Mugaboo says, I think it's dragon year. I think you're right. I think it is a dragon year, which is, for Gnostics, is very auspicious because the dragon is a symbol of the Kundalini. Azazel is freaking out because he's coming at this from a European, and for Europeans, the dragon is symbolic of Satan. It's the beast. It's the monster. But to Easterners, the dragon is the most magical and the most powerful of all of the archetypes because it's associated with the Divine Mother Kundalini. And remember, Quetzalcoatl is the winged serpent. And what is a dragon if not a winged serpent? Quetzalcoatl is a feathered serpent, feathered winged serpent. But hey, it's still a dragon. The Chinese dragon is feathered as well. Certainly the ones that they use in their dragon dances. So part 3 is A Seeker's Guide to Escaping Hell. And the first chapter is to face the great awakening of humanity. This is where we synthesize everything that we've expounded on and shared with the reader up until this moment. And this is where we start getting into, right? The path is treacherous. Life is baffling. And we get into all of this, COVID was only the beginning. And again, we repeat this one, the exploitation. The second chapter is we get into what the purpose of the Great Awakening is. And here we're talking about the alm of humanity, the alm of life, being and evolution and devolution. You guys have seen all these graphics before. So what we're really doing is we're synthesizing, we're bringing together all of these disparate memes and tidbits and articles and things that we've written and shared and expressed and explored. We've brought it all together. We've synthesized it with all the connecting tissue into a coherent, singular artifact, which has a cohesive narrative structure, and it becomes a vehicle of comprehensive truth as a result. It's kind of like we spent the last 10 years cutting pieces out of a magazine, and now we're putting those pieces together. Except the pieces we were cutting out of a magazine, we were cutting them out of our consciousness. And we had to get them out. And that's what formed the articles of our blog, what formed the contents of all of our memes, of all of our posts, of many of our videos. So the last 10 years has been us collecting, but instead of just collecting from out there, right? We were collecting from in here and getting it out there, getting all the pieces. So when you make a puzzle, the first thing you do is you empty out the puzzle pieces on the table. It's the first thing you do. You got to flip all the puzzle pieces so they're right side up. And then what do? You identify the corner pieces. So the last 10 years was, you might call it a brain dump, a stream of consciousness, the being impulse. Every time it came to us, we had to get it out there. We had to get it down. Maybe it was a video, maybe it was a meme, maybe it was a blog post, whatever. But we got it down and we got it out there. And in the process of getting it out there, that was us flipping the puzzle pieces right side up. So we could see their relationship to the other puzzle pieces. And the 4 cornerstones of this particular book are the 4 causes of the great awakening of humanity. And we collected the experience for that from out there, living through those 4 cornerstones, right? Living life as a woke postmodernist and postmodernist student, and being indoctrinated into that in university, and growing up playing video games, for example, and then going through that exploration of AI and transhumanism that we experienced when we were in the epilepsy clinic, and we had holes drilled in our head and wires attached to our brain. And then, of course, becoming a conspiracy theorist, and then falling into the new age, right? We have all that experience. So we were gathering all of that experience. And then we received the insight based on all of that experience, all that conscious experience that we were collecting in our life. And then the last 10 years, we were flipping those pieces over. We're getting everything, we're spreading everything out to see what we had to work with. And now this book was synthesizing all of that actually putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And that's what this book represents. So we're really looking at the culmination of a 50-year exercise. This book is a life's work. And we don't want to oversell it or anything, but we hope that when you read it, you will get it. You will understand where we're coming from. And this is no one's flight of fancy, and this is no one theorizing or trying to make a buck. This is this hard-won truth, hard-fought, hard-won truth. But it's collage. It's the puzzle of our life. It's our life's work. It truly is. So from the true purpose of the Great Awakening, we then go to how we truly awaken. And this is where we get into the Aum of life and working with the Aum of psychology. And the relationship between evolution and devolution, and how ego, we have an explosion of hypnosis and ignorance that leads to an implosion and not being. And then the reverse of that is doing the work to achieve ego death and have an expansion of consciousness and gnosis and the synthesis of being. Now, we could have said expansion of consciousness to synthesize gnosis, and that's true. But what we're trying to create here is our solar bodies and create our connection and our awakening, right? So we are creating our being in that sense, because our being is just a seed, a spark. So this is an oversimplified diagram. There's really expansion and synthesis throughout this process, right? Because that's what the spiral path of the Aum of life connotes, right? You have to descend into hell for an expansion of experience and to see things. And then in the elimination of those things, there's an explosion and implosion aspect that leads to a synthesis of knowledge, which then leads to the next higher level of being. So, but we have to try to simplify things and make it, especially when you're dealing with infographics, you can't make it too complicated or too complex, because we don't want to confuse the reader, because this is not necessarily just for people who are familiar with our material. This is for people who have never encountered us before. They need to be able to be eased into the topics at hand. We get into, here's the line of life and the line of being. And then we get into psychological death, to die before we die. And we finish off with Ratatoskr in the seed. And then we get into the epilogue. And after the epilogue, we have an appendix. And here we have a very nice tree of life diagram, where we have the tree of life on the left, and we have the human condition shown, like what's actually happening, right? The descent of consciousness into and being trapped in the four bodies of sin, and then through hypnosis and ignorance, the mechanical conditioning that happens in the subconscious, unconscious, and infraconscious minds. For all of the so what we're showing here is we've never actually seen anyone try to give a practical, kinetic, functional movement or expression to a visualization of the tree of life before. They're always static for some reason. But life is not static. The Aum of life is not static. And the tree of life should not be static. Yes, it's a wonderful learning tool. It's an excellent reference tool. And that's why we include it here on the left. But on the right, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is what people have to see and understand. This is what we have to work with. We have to stop this churning and burning of hypnosis and ignorance and mechanical conditioning and that negative feedback loop which causes the downward spiral of explosion and implosion, of devolution. But that's why we called this the tree of life and the human conditioned. And we also wanted to show that where consciousness is, that it's in what being awake is. In the 7 dimensions. So where all the action is in where all this negativity, it's all mechanical nature, and it's at that lower 5th dimension, but it's the 4 bodies of sin down. So that's in the appendix. We have some other stuff in the appendix. It's not so important. And then we also have the table of figures. These are all the images. We have the table of videos. We have 44 videos referenced in the book, and they all have QR codes associated with them. So you can, again, it's a multimedia experience. And we have how many images we have? 40 in total. 40 images, and we reference 44 videos. And then finally, we have some web links as well. So these are some some references to articles. Some of the articles that we wrote on our blog. Some of the articles are Glorianne, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's some miscellaneous links and references. And the bibliography, you don't care about that. So that's basically the book in a nutshell. Only took us 2.5 hours to get through it. So we do hope that you all get yourselves a copy one way or another. And if you want a signed copy, again, we're going to figure out how to do that in the most to expedite that process. And remember that if you want it in an ebook format, that's the quickest, easiest, cheapest way to get a copy of the book. If you have an Amazon Kindle or a Kobo, or even if you just have a phone or a tablet, you can use the Amazon Kindle app to read the book on your tablet. So you don't necessarily have to go out and get an e-reader or whatever, because that defeats the purpose, right? So, but it's like $9 US. I think it's $9.99 Canadian for the ebook. That's the cheapest option, and that's also, you get it the fastest that way because you get it right away, instant download. So Kathy said that yes, it's the year of the dragon, and Mugaboo says, even in my country, East Africa, we have legends of flying dragons, and we said to be benevolent. And Amazon, Kathy says, Amazon order says delivery January 18th. Really? Huh. Interesting. When we went, they said 3 to 5. Now, Kathy, are you ordering a hardcover or a paperback? I think the paperback is faster. Because remember, nobody has any inventory of our book. Our book is being sold by print on demand. So you order a copy, they print one, and then they have to ship it to the retailer, and then the retailer ships it to you. We think that's how it works. Yeah, Stuart says the hardcover in the UK is 6 weeks. So if you guys want hardcovers and paperback from me, that's the thing. Like I haven't gotten my copy yet. My copies. I bought a paperback and a hardcover because they have to print them first and then they have to ship them. And they don't use super fast shipping. Yeah, Kathy says it says 2 to 3 days, but Amazon says January 18th. The other thing to remember is Amazon probably is dealing with all kinds of crazy stuff after Christmas because they're probably dealing with all kinds of returns and all kinds of logistical stuff following the Christmas season. All the stuff that people bought on Black Friday that they realize they don't need. And so that might factor into it as well. All the presents, like the Christmas presents that people received that they don't want and they're sending back to Amazon, they want to get Amazon credit. So in that sense, maybe it was a lousy time to publish and release the book. But listen, if you're patient, then hopefully you'll be happy. If you're not patient, you know what? Get yourself an ebook. You can leave if you get again, you can read it on your phone, you can read it on your computer, you can read it on a tablet. And if you have an e-reader, obviously you can read it on your e-reader. It'll cost you like $9 or $10, and you can download it instantly. And if you get it from Amazon, your review will count at least towards the Kindle version of the book. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that if you leave a review on a Kindle version of the book, that it's included on Amazon proper because here Benjamin asked, what's the name of the book? There's the name of the book, Benjamin. What in hell is with us? If we go to the Kindle store, yeah, so you see how in the top right-hand corner here, it has Kindle, audiobook, paperback, and hardcover. I'm not sure, but I think that if you buy the Kindle version and leave a review, but remember to read the book first, finish the book before you write the review, because if you write a review before you finish reading the book, Amazon won't count the review. Maybe they don't even let you do that anymore. Maybe you have to click through to the end of the book before you can write the review. I think that they've changed that. Anyway, regardless, I believe that if you buy the Kindle version and write a review, it will show up under any version because you see there's only one listing for the book, right? There's only one. It only has one home on Amazon, and then it has 1, 2, 3, 4 options. Yeah, it says that's not okay. I'm on the US site here, that's why. If I switch to Canada, it would change. And if I switch this to Canada, oh, that's language settings. Okay. Anyway, regardless, it's a learning curve. We'll figure everything out. We'll figure everything out eventually. Stuart says, okay, I'm keen to read, so we'll go Kindle and get the hardback for my son in due course. Oh, well. Now, in that case, Stuart, because you wanted a signed copy, then if you want, we can dedicate that to your son. and we'll figure that out. We'll work that out. You and I can connect, and we can figure something out on that. Now, there's another option, and that other option is I have the book in EPUB format or as Adobe PDF. So what we could do is I could take orders for the book on my webpage, and when you order a copy, then it wouldn't matter. You could order whatever you wanted. You could order paperback or hardcover. You could say if you want a signature or you don't want a signature. Oh, and then when you bought it, I could email you an EPUB version of the book or a PDF version of the book. So you get it digitally right away, and then the hardcover would show up when it shows up. Anyway, we'll look into that. We'll talk about that some more. Benjamin says, it's not showing up on my Kindle tablet. Did you already buy it? I think you have to wait a few minutes for it to show up in your Kindle library. And you also, you don't want to buy it from the US site. You want to buy it from whichever Amazon site is appropriate to your country, right? I can't link to every country in the world, so I just link it to the US site, right? Amazon.com. But Amazon should know your location, and it should default it to your location. So yeah, so Kathy says sounds good. Benjamin says, oh, there it is now. Now it showed up. Yep. Stuart says that's really kind, sweet, and thoughtful. Okay, so let's see if we can work that out. But remember, if we do it this way, you won't be able to write a review on Amazon. So it's really kind and sweet and thoughtful of me, but it's not helpful to me. So it's helpful to you, but it's not helpful to me. So I still think the preference would be that if you buy the Kindle version, and what I will do is if you buy a Kindle version and leave a review, I will deduct the cost of the Kindle version from the hardcover that you buy from me. So basically, you'll get the hardcover at cost. Yeah, we can do that. Minus shipping costs, because I can't swallow the costs on that. But like if you buy the Kindle version for $10, I'm most likely I can take $10 off the cost of the book. I won't make any profit on the hardcover I send you, but it won't matter, because I think the review is more valuable in the long term. And then you end up getting, eventually you'll get a physical copy, and you will get it signed or not, as however you'd like. And then but anyway, we will work that out. So, and I'll have a special way of we'll figure out something to do to try to automate this somehow. So I've got to spend some time with my with Wix. I host my website with Wix, and they have a bunch of tools for e-commerce and a shop and all kinds of stuff. So I've got to spend some time like putting that together and figuring that stuff out. And then I'll spend some time this week, like, having done the trailers and so on. So I think I'm pretty good this week for releasing videos and whatnot and doing promotion, so I can actually focus on getting that e-commerce thing set up on the website. So again, we will sort this all out. And Stuart says, I'd rather leave a review. I don't want any discounts. Just that you've thought to do that speaks volumes. No. I mean, I don't want you. I don't think you should pay twice for the book. I mean, necessarily, right? If it's just for yourself, if you're buying it for somebody else, that's maybe a different story. But again, Stuart, you and I can connect. We can work out the details, right? We're not in this for the money. Honestly, we're not in this for the money. We really aren't. In the long term, when the masses, if we can sell 10,000 books, fantastic, then we'll take it. But we're not in it for, we're not here to milk you, our our loyal supporters and listeners and followers, right? Like we're not going to get rich on you guys. We'd much rather get the book in your hands quicker, and if you want to leave a review, give you the ability to do that faster. And then the rest is it's we're happy to do what we can, because again, we won't what do you call it, if the book becomes successful, we're not going to say no to the success. We're not going to say no to the money from the sales of the book, but we realize that it's of absolutely no advantage to us whatsoever to try to double dip with you. There's so few of you to begin with, right? So we don't want to do anything to jeopardize the relationship we have here. You guys are here for a reason, and we're here for a reason, and that reason is not to get rich. So that's not why you come here. You do not get sound financial advice from this channel. So there you have it. Okay. Listen, we said we were going to open the floor to sharing, so let's do that now. We really focused. I think we've covered the book launch. You guys know what there is to know, and now it's really a question of, if you want to share anything with regards to the year that just passed, or you want to look forward to the year that's coming, please, this is your opportunity to share. And if you want to hop on the live stream, we reiterate, we just put the links in the chat again, and there it is on screen. Feel free, if you want to jump on and share with everybody, or ask us a question, or just maybe you just want to wish us Happy New Year, and that's fine too, because we're getting on the 2 hour and 45 minute mark. And it might be just as well if we start wrapping things up, because I know Azazel, what time is it for you there? It's 10 o'clock right now, or it's getting on 11 o'clock, isn't it? So you're going to be getting close to having the ball drop. Or what happens in Sweden at midnight? You guys have a meatball fight. You all throw Swedish meatballs at each other. I don't know what happens at midnight. Or you have a Viking funeral or something. Azazel says 11 p.m. or so, but I'll stay awake quite some time. Yeah. So, yeah, well, presumably everybody's up until midnight tonight. There's Azazel coming on to say hello. And Kathy also wishes everyone a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Kathy. We're glad that you could join us, as always.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Azazel. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
What did you think of the trailer? Was it...
Which one?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What did you think of a trailer?
A trailer? Well...
Which one did you like? Or did you like any of them? Either of them?
Do you mean in regards to your book, or?
Yeah, the book one, the book trailers. Did you see them? You were on then, weren't you?
Yeah, well, we bought the what's it called, the Kindle version, so we had a little sneak peek at it. So
right. Oh,
yeah.
Actually, no, you had two. You probably got two different versions of one version.
Yeah.
Because that teaser trailer, we didn't send that to you, because we only finished it. We finished it something like half an hour or an hour before the live stream.
Yeah.
So it was like, by that point, there was no, there would be no way for us to incorporate any changes, because it takes like over an hour to render these things, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing, right? To do 1 minute of video,
It
it's like,
takes a long time. Yeah, it's same with like writing and stuff like that. Uh, one
yeah.
page could take several days.
No, I know. So like making this video took an entire, like making these videos took on average about a day. The teaser trailer took half a day. But what I mean is to actually render the output from the software that you make the video in, like
Yeah.
the editing suite from Premiere Pro, to actually render it into the final 1 minute version that you could upload into YouTube.
Yeah.
It takes like an hour and a half. And the After Effects templates that I was working with took 2 hours because it's like, because how it works is, I don't want to get technical necessarily, but it's all those elements are on layers, right?
Yeah.
So the software has to interpolate everything and flatten everything down to a single layer,
Hmm.
and then that's what it outputs to a single file.
Yeah.
So it's so that's really, it eats up a lot of time, and I find that it's I always want to try to have a version ready, and I start rendering it right before, lunch or my walk, or you know what I mean? So it's rendering in the background while I'm going and doing other things.
Yeah. So how would you describe this year?
This year,
Yeah.
well, it was productive.
Yeah, it has been actually.
It was
You're
productive.
right.
I've got this to show for it, right?
Yeah.
Um, you know, that's no small accomplishment, to be honest with you.
No.
So that was, but I mean, personally, it was, even around Christmas, it was give us a moment, because there's a comment here from Stuart, and I don't want it to get lost or forgotten here. What happened to you? Where did you go? There you are. Okay. Um, Stuart says, I'd like to thank you for your presence and existence, for the love and generosity that exudes in this place. I finally picked up a pen and started writing as well. Oh, congratulations. You've been a nutrient to the soil, and the seeds are germinating. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Stuart. We're happy for you. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but taking that first step is often the hardest thing to do. And the thing that holds us back is the fear, the trepidation, the self-doubt, or all the excuses and the rationalizations why we shouldn't begin. And so if you've started putting pen to paper, then good on you, because if you can get into the flow, and if you can get into a rhythm, and you can find your zone, find your methodology, your time of day, your when, then get into that groove, then it's gonna start. You'll get the momentum, you'll get inertia working on your side, and a momentum working on your side, and then when you're in that place, it's it can be exhilarating. It's
Yeah, we used to write quite a bit as well. But that was several like years ago. But it didn't end up in good places because I mean, we usually do not hold back whatsoever when it comes to writing. We simply deliver things as they are, and well, sometimes we do have the tendency to go a little bit too far.
in what sense? Like sharing too much?
Yeah, the the hardest of the truths, right?
Mm.
Like those kind of experiences, like that you yourself wouldn't want to share with us. Like, I do not know how to describe it really, but there are some facts in regards to this humanity that is basically too much for this humanity to handle.
Well, sure. Okay. So, on the one hand, you're right, but on the other hand, okay. So, but on the other hand, we do share quite a bit. And hello, Stuart.
Hi, Stuart.
Can you hear us? We can see you.
I've got no audio. I don't know if you can hear
Oh,
me.
right.
Yeah, we can hear you, but don't know.
At the moment, I'm just lip syncing.
Okay. All right. Okay. So here. Okay, so we can hear you. Oh, you went away. Okay.
Yeah, he'll be back most likely.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll try to. Yeah. So, the we share a lot, and we try to, because it's easier. You see, the Bodhisattva path is a sacrificial path,
Yeah.
and by even in this book, part 1 is all autobiographical, and it's written in the first person, from the point of view of the mortal vessel, the point of view of that aspect of our being, which the rest of the world can identify with.
Yeah.
And we never talk about anybody else. We never, we're not lecturing, we're not teaching, we're not doing anything. We are telling our story from the point of view of an I, of a mortal vessel, and all the shit that I went through.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when I talk about, and I did this and I did that, and I felt like this and I felt like that, and I thought this and I thought that, and I did this and I did that, and this, that, and the other thing happened to me and was done to me.
Yeah.
Right. I know that lots and lots of people can do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And so, and when I talk about this experience or that experience or this darkness or that darkness, it's like, hey, I went through that. This is what my hell was like. But everybody reading that is going to say, oh, okay, but my hell was like this. My hell
Yeah.
was like that. My hell was, I went through just as dark a hell, maybe even darker hell that you did, but my went through it this way, right?
Yeah.
So you see, when we do it that way and make it personal, experiential, no one can really be in denial of their own experience. I mean, they can, but they're just fooling themselves. And if someone's in the business of fooling themselves, we can't help them. No one can. If someone is so delusional or is actively avoiding the facts and refusing to see even from their own experiential point of view, then there's nothing anybody else can do for them. Because if the person is never going to believe or see any truth in our experience, because they refuse to even acknowledge their own experience. So they are what we would call lost. They're lost.
Yeah, indeed.
So, but for those people who see their experience a certain way or in a certain light, but now have the opportunity to vicariously experience what we live through, and then maybe just, and then how we explain and flesh out in like the revelations from hell, the revelations from those experiences. Maybe now, if they were doing this in part 1 of the book, maybe in part 2 of the book, they're going to go, oh, wait a minute. So I always thought ABC about my experience, but now I'm seeing XYZ about my experience.
Yeah.
So, but they're only able and capable of doing that because they have that experience and they're connecting their experience of hell, psychological hell, and we have that ability to meet on that level, and then we expand on the comprehensive knowledge around that experience that they currently don't have. They just have their limited subjective beliefs. They're what they wanted to believe about their experiences, but now they have the opportunity to expand out and realize, oh, those are just my beliefs. There's this whole other facet that I've been avoiding.
Yeah.
The ability to expand their mind, to open their mind and expand their consciousness to a deeper appreciation and knowledge of self, a knowledge of their experience, and gaining experiential knowledge, more experiential knowledge from the experiences that they have, instead of the limited, myopic, subjective beliefs of the rational mind woven around those experiences that are designed to give us the impression that we know what we went through, but really they're there to obscure our knowledge, our deep comprehension of what we went through and why we went through it. So this is the power of writing. This is why autobiography and books written in this way are so powerful, because you invite the reader to your table, and you regale them like a bard, right? With stories of your own exploits, or your own suffering, your own, whatever. And it's not didactic, it's not forceful, right? It's an invitation. It's drawing them in, and
Yeah.
it's by making yourself vulnerable and making yourself the spectacle of analysis and the spectacle of marvel and fascination, in that sense, going, oh my God, what this guy went through, and he had to go through this and he had to go through that, and then he went like this and he was like that, and this, that, right? Like, how many people go around publicly admitting that they're a conspiracy theorist?
Well, nobody actually. What I actually did thought about the introduction, well, for me personally, it's a great book and worthwhile reading for all humanity and all that, because it is relatable. If they in fact can look past the, like, who the hell does he think he is? Does he have a god complex, or why is he like writing about the experiences of the media and trying to climb the mountain and be world famous and all that? Like, why should we trust this guy?
Well, that's why in part 1 of the book, I talk about my Attlas complex. I talk about my God complex,
Yeah.
and I shared that experience in Japan when I was struck down like by a bolt of lightning, when I was shown just how the line that separates Christ from Antichrist, or like a true visionary leader and helper of the world, from a megalomaniacal, tyrant, the line that separates those two things is a hairline.
Yeah. So
But I
they have
explained
to
that.
keep reading, basically, not just the introduction, because like that would be the only like impression if they only read through the introduction and nothing more than that.
Well,
But that's up to them.
but even the introduction, I even put in the introduction, I put a Monty Python skit
Oh yeah, you did.
because I needed to take the edge off of the serious tone of the introduction. As serious as it is, and as serious as the book is, I wanted to take the edge off and throw in some humor and also throw in some of the insanity of it all, this how surreal it all is. And when throwing that surrealism in there and a Monty Python skit and everything else, it disarms the reader a little bit, just long enough, we hope, to get them into that first part of the book.
Yeah.
And also say, look, as serious as this introduction sounds, this guy can't possibly take himself that seriously if he's put a Monty Python skit into the introduction of his book.
Yeah.
Like there's some kind of a balance going on here. There's some kind of like an ebb and flow or a give and take. There's something. I don't know. This was not a real. This was a conscious decision, but we never worked it out in any sort of intellectual way. It's just our feeling was that and let's face it, comedy and humor is a big part of our life.
Yeah.
And though we're not known necessarily here on these live streams, we are not a stand-up comedian, but some of our heroes growing up were stand-up comedians and sketch artists and sketch comedians like Monty Python and the Frantics and the Kids in the Hall. But in stand-up comedians, our by far our favorite, our really our hero is George Carlin. And that's why he's featured so prominently in the book. So it's very much all of these elements and aspects of ourselves growing up have found their way into the book. But I wanted to somehow, the inclusion of that keeps everything like grounded, like keep bringing it back down to earth, where the reader can connect,
Yeah. I do hope like they look past it, like, because to me it was like an exposure in a way.
Yeah,
Like you were quite exposed in that sense to who you were as well. I just wish the readers can see that in that kind of perspective as well.
You know what? There's going to be as many different opinions as there are people who read it, right?
Yeah.
So we do our best. We write from our heart. We write what we know we need to write, and the rest is out of our hands.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we could see that you were writing from your heart.
So Stuart, who unfortunately had technical difficulties with joining the chat, says humility comes when the king laughs with the jester as the jester mocks the king. Isn't it? Yeah, it's true. But again, that's that. We really did treat the first part of our book as like a confession,
Yeah.
right? And and that's it. So, but even our good friend Wolfgang, when we told him about the structure of the book and the parts of the book, he said, that first part of the book, he says, that's so important that you put that in there.
Yeah.
He says it's so important. It's going to make all the difference. And it's true. But I mean, I told him, I said, like, why wouldn't I? If it's taken 50 years to write the book, I'm not going to eliminate 30 years out of that 50 years.
No.
That's
So it is
you know,
important.
right?
I would agree.
So, but again, it's always the same. Like when someone telling you something, and you say, well, yeah, but how does he know that? Would you read it on the internet? He read it from a book? No. He lived it for 30 years. Oh, okay. Now people are more interested in listening to you, right? Because you lived it. You went through it. You know what you're talking about. You have experience. And so this is where, I mean, it's not by accident that the word seek and seeker keeps showing up in those trailers.
Yeah.
We really do. We really would like that to become a thing, to become a hashtag, to become a meme. Self-evident experiential knowledge, what we seek in life. We really are working towards that and the Aum of life. That's why we put it right in our logo, right there. We have seek Aum.
Yeah.
Those are the two aspects, and we really would be happy if those became a thing at some point. But anyway, well, it is what it is, and it'll be what it'll be. We can't get attached to, right? Can't get attached to anything, let alone.
Well, if we want others to read it, it's like probably the best to say like Jesus did, like, do not judge and you will not be judged, because that's a great takeaway before like anyone read this book, actually, because they will get more from the book if they do read it from that perspective, like not judging others for who they appear to be or things like that.
Oh, sure. And Kathy says that she's looking forward to reading the book. Well, and by the way, we're looking forward to all your feedback and getting your reviews or testimonials or anything like that. Remember, anything like that you guys can write or create or produce, or that you can send our way, that's of tremendous value to us during this, because it's a numbers game, and books sell by word of mouth. People read books that other people have read and liked. People read books that other people say, you got to read this book, or this book changed my life, or God only knows what, right? But when Kathy says she's looking forward to reading your book, reading our book, and today is New Year's. Really, when you think of it, this book has the possibility of being a part of everybody's life in 2024 in one way, shape, or form. And it's maybe prophetic. It may also be perfectly timed that 2024 and beyond, what's coming, this book is maybe at least from a spiritual and psychological perspective, this may be the ultimate preparatory handbook for what's coming. Because certainly it's not a book of sound financial advice. It's not a book on how to build a bunker. It's nothing like that. But in terms of orienting oneself to the dominant forces, pressures, and currents at play in the Kali Yuga, this book explains what's happening and how to face it in a way which perhaps few others out there do. Now, we haven't positioned it that way yet, but perhaps these were like fun, dramatic, punchy trailers, right? But now starts coming the more contemplative, quieter, not frenetic, not dramatic, not, all these things, but a more considered, a more contemplative, a more meditative presentation of what this book is really all about and the practical value that the reader can expect to extract from themselves through the exercise of reading the book. And the entire third part of the book is all focused on this, the Alm of Life, and escaping hell through the Alm of Life, through the practice of, on the exploration of baffles and their purpose and their function, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see, but we have to have these balanced messaging. So this type of contemplative, positioning this book in that way, right? We will be able to start doing that as of tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Stuart says, it's already set to be my number one book of the year, 2024, as I will be reading it tonight and tomorrow. Well, wonderful to hear. I take it you got that Kindle version. And Kathy says, after reading, will you do a Q&A? After reading, that is, after you finish reading? Or I finish reading? I've already read it. I wrote it. No, certainly, Kathy. I think, if it comes to that, what we can do is, if we can assume everybody can read it by a certain date, then we can schedule a live stream to do that Q&A. We can all do it together, right? And then that way, if everybody, so we can do that in, I don't know, maybe February or March, or if that's too late, then then you let me know. But we want to give as many people as a chance as possible to finish the book. And so we might say maybe the end of January or something like that. But absolutely, certainly. And so we encourage you to, as you're reading it, if you're reading it with a Kindle, you can put bookmarks, you can make highlights. And you know that if you highlight stuff, if lots of people highlight the same stuff, then those highlights show up in other people's copy of the Kindle book. And if you can make notes, and we encourage you to make notes and jot your questions down, or do whatever it is you need to do to prepare yourself for that Q&A, to make it as valuable as possible for yourself. And yeah, the other option would be do we make a private live stream, a private session where we read the book together? Now that's a possibility.
Yeah, or like just send you a personal message and have a conversation that way.
Well, we can do that as well. Yeah, yeah. But it's always, well, we prefer to have it over voice because it
Yeah,
saves us the extra typing. But um, Joanna Kremer says, "What about a Facebook group centered around the book, reading together?" Well, what we were about to say was we have a Patreon account, and in Patreon, now the only challenge there is that you have to be a member, but then it would be a members only place. But if we did it on Facebook, we can't. We don't necessarily want to create a resource where people can like just listen in. Like we have an audiobook, right? And so we spent a lot of money making that audiobook. We would like to at least make that money back. Right? We would like to at least break even on this book if we can. So, but if we were reading it together in some venue and then discussing it online in Facebook saying, "Oh, hey, I just read this passage from this book and I think it's great," right? And then we could exchange that. But and then people could share posts from that group. Yeah, those are important considerations. Hadn't thought of that. Let us you just planted a seed with us, Joanne. So give us a chance. Let that simmer for a few days, and see what comes out of that. Because there's something about there's something about this suggestion, which there's something about this that we might be able to work with. We might be able to make this happen in some capacity. So, but leave this with us, and we'll just add it to our list of things to do this week, and then maybe next week we can report back with the progress that we've made. So we need to make concessions for the signed copies of the book. We have to make that available on the website, and the considerations for a Q&A session for those who are either reading the book or have read the book, finished reading the book, and how are we going to go about doing that? And then, of course, what Joanne's suggesting here is some kind of an online community or platform or whatever, a group centered around the book. And the advantage to that, or the potential value to that, is not only to all of you and to all of the members, but if that venue is on a social media platform, then it gives us more opportunities to share, so that when you're doing stuff on social media, you can share it with other people or whatever, say, hey, this is, you know what I mean? And it also has the potential to have that conversation generate more direction for us as to, okay, what do people get? What do they don't get? What's valuable to them? What's, so on and so forth. So where we can focus our marketing and promotional efforts as we make memes or as we make videos and so on and so forth. So, so yeah, it's a good insight. And again, you planted a seed, let it sit with us, let it germinate, and we'll see where we take it. And we'll report back next week. And if you and Joanne, if you have any more thoughts or ideas of how this might work, then you can always connect with us on Facebook Messenger, and we can dig into it. We take it Stuart gave up on trying to rejoin, which perfectly understandable. No worries. Does anybody have anything to share or to contribute or ask or mention?
Not really, but we did like your meme about the New Year's resolution and the eagle's reaction to it. Yeah, yeah.
We couldn't
They
resist.
would laugh their ass off if we just like, oh, I'm going to become a Christified master this year.
You know what's hilarious? You know what's hilarious? We find Facebook groups with titles like "Stay Awake."
Yeah.
And it's just, and memes that it's, so just in case, oh, why did it go there? In case you don't know what Azazel is referring to, he's referring to this.
Yeah.
And Joanne says, thank you, brother. I'm excited to be a part. Not of the meme, but she's of our previous conversation. So, yeah. So remember that New Year's resolutions, your egos, from their point of view, New Year's resolutions were meant to be broken. And rest assured, the moment you make them, the egos are already plotting. First of all, they're doing this. They're laughing their asses off. But then they're plotting. They're plotting how they're going to sabotage every good, worthwhile, earnest effort on our part to get out.
And it's like the harder you try, the harder they will laugh.
Yeah.
Like trying to commit yourself to impossible goals and stuff like that. Like, just forget it.
Well, look, realistic resolutions,
yeah,
and baby steps are the key, right? You want to strive for. Remember, we had we did a live stream, and its title was "Progress, Not Perfection."
mm-hmm.
That's especially valuable when it comes to things like New Year's resolutions, because people get all gung-ho on January 1st. I'm going to start exercising, or I'm going to start eating better. And then they go overboard trying to do some new diet or some crazy exercise plan. And what happens? They burn themselves out.
Yeah, you can actually observe it in gyms like after January. Like if you go to the gym like for January and also February, you will see people dropping out.
You know
like
what?
2 weeks.
Yeah. It's a proven thing that gym memberships spike in January, and then they go about for a month, and then they start nosediving.
Yeah.
So by about March or April, there's only like a fractional increase in membership at the gym. The only people who are left are the people who are members of the gym before January 1st.
Yeah.
So it's like the ones who have already been there and working out for years, right? So because we're creatures of habit, because that's what a mechanical a human machine is, right? A machine, we've said this, inertia is a law of mechanical nature.
Yeah.
Right? And machines do not like to change course. They do not like to, they like to be, turn them on and they want to keep spinning. They just want to keep doing what they do, right? That's what they want to do.
Yeah. They
So
absolutely will not stop.
yeah, that's why we have to have brakes on cars.
Mm-hmm.
Stuart says, "Oh, that meme reminded me of the two-faced Roman god Janus or Janus. One serious face setting resolutions, and the ego face laughing hard." Ah, okay. Very good. Very good. I wonder if we can. Yeah, that's the two-faced. That's what Two-Face is. The archetype of Two-Face in Batman. Let's see if we can find Janus. Okay, over here. So just so everybody knows, images. Oh, this one's good. Open image in new tab. Well, it's a little small, but let's share that. It's there. We make it a little bigger. How's that? And Stuart says, Janus is January. And we're talking about New Year's resolutions, and the ego's laughing at us, right? So there's the self, right? The self of the vessel, the mortal self, looking forward, or looking forward into the new year, and there's his egos, is Satan, right? The adversary that he's always carrying. It's always in the back of his mind, his subconscious mind, and he's always looking in the other direction.
Yeah,
Taking
that's what
backward.
we had in mind when it comes to the Year of the Dragon, because that's like a historical thing in Sweden. Like the Year of the Dragon is like basically horrific historically in like European countries, Nordic countries and European countries, all the like.
No, I didn't want to do that. It's another small one, but so this is Janus, and that's Two-Face. It's the same archetype, like the duplicitous nature of nature, actually. Okay, here, open link in new tab. No, open image in new tab. There we go. That's better. I know what is doing wrong. So yeah, but the dragon is the dragon is a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Benjamin says, good old Janus. And Benjamin says, whoa, is that the meaning? Didn't know that. And same in the UK, the patron saint, St. George of England, is said to be a dragon slayer. Well, because remember, the important thing to remember is that the dragon of the Chinese zodiac is not the dragon of Europe. The dragon of Europe is Satan. It's always been associated with Satan, the adversary. That's why Stuart says here, St. George versus the dragon, because remember, from the European perspective, from the European cultural perspective, there is no Kundalini. There is no chi. There is no prana. They don't know anything about that stuff. because none of that's in Christianity, none of it's in Catholicism. It was in Norse mythology, but in Norse mythology, help me out, Azazel, Nihogger.
Yeah, so it's basically like, imagine like the black dragon.
But she's in the roots of Yggdrasil,
Yes,
right? And her consort is the great eagle, which is at the top
indeed.
of the tree.
Yes,
So that's the divine mother, Kundalini, and the Holy Spirit.
yes. So it's basically Lilith and Lucifer.
Well, there's that duplicitous aspect of it, but we would say that it's Shakti Shiva. It's Shiva Shakti, and it's specifically in relation to. It was just on the top of my mind, but no, it went. It's
Yeah, it's like the inverted aspect of the like divine mother and the carrier of light.
yeah, the Holy Spirit doesn't have an inverted aspect like that, though.
No, well, that's true, but like,
So Nidhogger, I don't know, like, because just like the Divine Mother, there's Divine Mother Kali, right, the Destroyer of Worlds.
yeah,
There's that aspect, because that's an aspect of nature, Divine Mother Nature. Death and destruction is a necessary aspect, and that's Divine Mother Kali, right? That's we are in her age, right? That's her aspect. So that's that aspect of the black dragon, we imagine.
yes, and that would like be impossible to actually comprehend or actually see without a bringer of light. So that's what we mean, like the inverted aspect of Lucifer. Like you can actually see the destruction, like, but from like a dark place.
So so that's the fallen Lucifer, right?
Yes, it's the fallen Lucifer.
Yeah. Okay, so and that is an aspect, because Lucifer is an aspect of the Divine Mother,
Yes.
right? So Lucifer is the torch in the hand of Lady Columbia, right? When we think of the Statue of Liberty, right? She's holding up a torch in her right hand. That's Lucifer.
Yes. So it's either the fire of liberation or fire of destruction. Prometheus, in other way. In other words, I mean. So it's very destructive.
But the point is that that's in Norse mythology, in the Norse mysteries. Nidhogger is not inherently evil. She's not evil.
No.
So the point that we were making is that in Christianity, in Catholicism, in all of the Abrahamic religions, the dragon is evil because it all goes back and relates to the serpent in Genesis.
Yeah,
The
indeed.
serpent who tempts Eve, right? And causes the fall of humanity. So the serpent, because the serpent was always associated with Lucifer, the dragon is just a winged serpent. It's just an embellishment of that particular symbol, and the winged aspect of it comes directly from demons and demonic imagery, because demons often had wings, like the gargoyles on the cathedrals and whatnot. So they applied those same wings to a serpent, and what do you get? You get a dragon. But that dragon is always evil in Europe, right? But in the East, it's not. So, and because we're talking about the Chinese zodiac here, we do not have to look upon that dragon in any sort of negative, medieval European framework, because it's not evil. Now, having said that, we are in the Kali Yuga, and the Divine Mother is expressing in that black form, in that form of the destroyer. And 2024 may bring a lot of destruction, certainly confusion and chaos. So we should prepare ourselves for that. But remember, all of that is related to the Great Awakening and the inevitable destruction of this humanity. And death is a part of life. And that's what our book is preparing people for. And
Yeah,
that's why
because it is going to happen.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important that it lands in the right hands. It's not so important for us. We don't have to make $1 million on this book. That's not the point. But if the book can land in the hands of some of these individuals that are building bunkers and worried about the end of the world and worried about, creating a life raft or basically building an ark, 2024 is our chance, our year to get out there and to mentor and teach and spread this message as far and as wide as possible. If that means selling books, great. But if it just means going on people's live streams and podcasts and so on and so forth, and getting this message in front of people who have power and connections and resources and influence, those people who also know deep down in their veins, in their gut, that things are coming to an end and things are going to, that we're getting into the end times, they want to do something about it. Well, we have this other thing called the Attlas Project, which we are looking for partners and investors to work together with, right, in order to build that ark and to put everything that belongs in the ark into that ark. So really, this whole exercise with this book, it's like our calling card. It's like our stepping out onto the world stage. Who the hell is Attlas? And what the hell is Attlas all about? Well, here's an intro to Attlas. Okay? And if you can get through this and you say, oh, if that's the case, we got to do something about it. Well, what should we do about it? Well, that's what's coming, right? And we have a vehicle for that. It's called the Attlas Project. What we don't have is money, but we're not going to get enough money from selling books to be able to do the Attlas Project. The point of writing the book and getting the books out there, sure, selling books is great. That's fine. That's wonderful. That's part of that process. But what's really important is to draw in, to attract the people who resonate with the message and resonate with okay, so what do we do about this? The Attlas Project. Okay, so let's get to some questions because we're getting close to 4 hours soon, and it's going to be midnight for Azazel any 20 minutes. Okay, so okay, so Stuart says, or they do know and they spread false stories. Oh, so about that's a whole other conversation about esoteric groups which have gone dark, right? And then they infiltrated the Catholic Church and everything else, but frankly, Catholicism, ever since Christianity in general, but Catholicism specifically, ever since Emperor Constantine did his job redacting the Bible and everything else. It serves its function. I don't know how much they know and they are withholding, but remember that even Jesus himself said that when he spoke to his disciples, what I teach you is for you and you alone. It's not for them over there. Everybody else, they get another level of teaching because they're not ready for the level of teaching that you all are ready for.
Yeah.
We have to be cognizant of that. And we try to be sensitive to that and cognizant of that as we wrote this book, because we have to recognize that it's going to land in the hands of individuals who are not familiar with any of this material. They're all going to be neophytes when it comes to some of this stuff. And we had to be sensitive to that fact and cognizant of that fact, and broach certain topics, shall we say, with a heightened level of delicacy and diplomacy. So just sensitive and aware to people's potential level of being, and not wanting to scare them away or turn them off or just shock them for shock's sake or any of that stuff. Joanna asked, oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that people from Europe or people from the Nordic countries really got dealt a bad card, because the Norse mythology is best proven in practice rather than in words or like in writing and stuff like that. It should actually be shown practically, like face to face, so they are like more practically inclined rather than artistically inclined, I would say, perhaps.
But the Norse religion was already in decline.
That's why it was.
So I mean, it was all like the Norse mysteries were already lost on most of the Vikings. They only followed it on a superficial mythological level. You know what I mean? They worshipped Woden, and you know, they had Thor and Loki, and so they it was already on the level of just a superficial religious dogma anyway when the Christians showed up.
Yeah.
And started converting them to Christianity.
Yeah, so, that was a bad period.
Well, yeah, it's just the Christian missionaries were, but on the other hand, we've talked about this before, but we'll talk about it some more in a future.
Because I mean, if people actually knew how to apply the runes in practice, they would know where it all came from, like why they all were scared of the Vikings and stuff like that, because they knew how to pray to the gods of war. And like, what comes to mind is Tyr, especially. Like, if you know how to invoke the power of Tyr, like there's no other alternative than to basically run away. Because they are actually facing with like the wrath of God.
I will I don't have that knowledge of runes. I don't so we'll have to take your word for that one. So I don't have that experience or knowledge of that deep knowledge of. I've studied the runic alphabet on Glorian.
Yeah.
Okay, but that course is taught from the Aztec perspective, right? Not from a Norse perspective, generally speaking. It's mostly taught from an Aztec perspective.
Yeah.
Because it's the same runes, right? Because the runes are the runes. But so I'll just have to say we'll take your word for that one.
Well, one could actually compare Tyr with like the severe aspect of Samael.
But do you think that, because yeah, he's the Samael's the god of war, but do you think in no way can someone invoke the god of war to guarantee a victory?
No, not like that.
So I'm not sure what you were getting at when you said the Norse had the power to invoke the, because it's one of the things that I've never, when we say Samael is the god of war, he's the god of war against the ego, against the Black Lodge.
Yeah.
But Samael himself said that if this humanity had 10% consciousness, wars would be impossible. So
Yes,
when
indeed.
you say that when you mentioned that the Norse could invoke Tyr and defeat and win any battle, or at least that's what, maybe we misunderstood what you were saying. But
Maybe.
for us, it's yes. For example, Joan of Arc went to war. She waged war. She won many battles. She was very successful in combat. But and sometimes we are in a situation we can't avoid but fight. But it's the righteous cause. It's the righteous war, and we can only invoke the gods to assist us in a righteous war. If we use the runes under any other circumstances to win a battle or to wage war that's an unjust war, then that has to be black magic.
Yeah, we weren't speaking about the unjust wars. So, like, Joan of Arc is a perfect example. Like, when they could see in her eyes that they were going down.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they didn't turn back, they would do all in their power to basically annihilate them. Because they would stand no chance if they didn't retreat.
I don't think that necessarily yes, that may be true, but that don't think you can sum that up or bring that down to a rune.
No, not to a rune
Right?
specifically. But yeah.
So, but any case, Azazel, we're backing up. We've got quite a backlog of chats.
Yeah, my bad.
We I think we got a little bit off on a tangent with this this topic. So let's hopefully, because we do have a war, we have two wars waging in the world, one in the Middle East and one in Ukraine. So let's hope and pray that 2024 doesn't bring war or more war or an escalation of war. Joanna asks or says, that was all considered demonic when I was in Christianity. Yeah, the talk of dragons. And of course, good dragons, bad dragons. Again, in Christianity, Kundalini is demonic, is satanic to Christians, right? So, but she asks the question, Attlas, when you pray, whom do you pray to? How do you address them? Very simply, very easy. We pray to Alux. we pray to the Christ. So let's make that clear, right? So that's why Attlas, we are in essence a spark, a seed. So I, Attila, have an innermost being named Attlas, and who's an individuated essence, a spark, a seed of his innermost being, who is Alux, who is the Christ. Actually, you know what? There's a quicker way for us to do this. If we go to books and somewhere here. Oh, this won't take too long to show. So in the tree of life, we have the mortal being, right? The 4 bodies of sin. Okay. And the true self, this is from the book, right? We showed you this earlier. So we have the mortal being, okay, the 4 bodies of sin. And then here we have the monad in the 6th dimension. That's the true self. Here's our Atman. And then, so this is our mortal self. This is our true self. And then up here, we have what's called Christ consciousness, or the upper trinity of the tree of life. And in our little study guide, or whatever you want to call this, from the book, from the appendix of the book, we have highest being. This is our highest self. This is the being of beings, the cosmic Christ. This is our Atman. This is the Christ. So when we pray to the Christ. And how do we do that? We pray predominantly using the Our Father. And we've explained this before, why the Our Father is written in the first person plural. It's the same way when we speak to you, we say we. If I want to speak from Attila's perspective, if I want to speak as a mortal being, I say I, right? I wrote the first part of the book. I wrote the foreword to the book, and I recounted my life in the first part of the book as I. But when I'm speaking as we, I am just a stenographer. I'm just a voice for Attlas, my higher self. And in meditation, when we pray, first, I visualize Attlas. And I visualize Attlas and myself merging together and fusing as one until we are a we. Until I feel myself fully united with Attlas. And then we together turn to Alux, who is all light, God light, the fire of fire, the light of lights, and the being of beings, the cosmic Christ. And we visualize him in any form of divinity which speaks to us in that moment. We can visualize him as Buddha. We can visualize him as Jesus. We can visualize him as Krishna, as Quetzalcoatl, as Odin, as Zeus, as God, as the sun, as a ball of infinite light, as doesn't matter. But while visualizing in meditation, we pray, Our Father who art in heaven. I, the mortal vessel, and Attlas, my innermost being, pray, Our Father, Alux, the Christ, who art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen, amen, amen. The simplest way. Over and above that, we can pray in any spontaneous way which comes to us. But always, that's how we pray, because we have that union, that connection to ourself. We have that oneness and that connection, and that conscious awareness, and the ability to act as one, not as an I, but as a we. So that's the answer. That's maybe a long, drawn out answer, but that's the simplest, shortest answer. That's not the only way we pray, because there's an infinite number of ways to pray, but that's the short version. Benjamin asks or says, I'm a January child. I was born in January. That means your birthday's coming up. Happy birthday. And he says it's grounded more in reality, I suppose, looking at it in retrospective than sticking to one thing or belief. Not sure what Benjamin was saying that in relation to, but that was what, 20 minutes ago, so or 15 or 20 minutes ago. So I'm not surprised that I don't remember what connection it was to.
Our birthday is 1 month from now, so it's 1st of February.
Okay. Oh, 3 minutes from now, we get to ring in the new year with Azazel.
Yeah.
Kathy Holton told Benjamin, I too, I am January 22. So happy birthday, Kathy. Benjamin told Kathy, nice. And Kathy says, I can get the book to Bunker Guy. Not sure who Bunker Guy is. Stuart says, Buddha was also said to have had 4 levels of teaching. Yeah, hang on a second. The 4-fold path, isn't it? No, it's the 8-fold path. What's the 4 levels? Oh, this is probably in. Oh yes, and Benjamin saying his comment. It's grounded more in reality, I suppose, looking at it in retrospective than sticking to one thing or belief. He said it was referring to the Yanis thing. And Stuart says Buddha also said to have 4 levels of teaching. So yes, there's I think if we have this right, it's the lay, the neophyte, the adept, and then the master, or something like that. It's some kind of stratification on those 4 levels. So the layman, or the complete, muggle, right? Like totally ignorant. That's what you would refer to as the lay person. So it's the external teaching, the completely exoteric level. But then there's the neophyte initiate who's just a beginner. They're not a lay person because they've committed themselves to the path. They've committed themselves to learning the Dharma, but they're still a beginner. So there's that level. But then the next level up from that is what you would call the adept. The adept is someone who's been in the teachings for a while now, and they've been applying the teachings practically in their life for a number of years. But they're not yet enlightened. They're not yet a master. They're not yet a Buddha. So they're not yet awake, in other words. They're still working towards that. But they know a lot of the teachings, they know a lot of the doctrine, but they haven't yet been initiated into the highest level of teachings, perhaps, because there's an order within this order of 4. There's layers and layers. And then the next level above that would be like the level of Buddha or some kind of mastery of the teaching. So that's where, when they cross that threshold, now they're initiated into the deepest teachings and the higher teachings required in order to no longer be a student and become a Buddha. So there's like 4 levels of teaching in relation to becoming a Buddha, becoming enlightened. And then after that, there's levels and levels above that, because there's levels and levels of Buddhahood, and there's levels of mastery, because not all Buddhas are masters. But this is a highly esoteric topic that gets into different stratas that are not necessarily important for any of us to know right now at our level. Stuart says he says it's correct. The 4 levels were used prior to the info leaving North India, and then dividing the Theravada and Mahayana. Okay. And Stuart says, Happy New Year, Azazel. Yay!
Yeah, they are shooting like rockets outside the window. I can't be bothered.
So that's what we hear. I thought you were banging stuff around in your apartment.
Nah.
I thought you were having that meatball fight. All right. Well, we stuck around long enough to say Happy New Year to Azazel, but that means we've just passed the 4-hour mark.
Yes, we did.
So, and it's past midnight now for Azazel, and that means, I guess, Stuart, you just passed 11 o'clock, right? Or are you in the same time zone? And Stuart says, I thought Azazel said shitting rockets.
Well.
So the question is, does that mean we say Happy New Year to Stuart as well?
Yeah, it was an hour ago.
Oh no, Stuart says, no. Stuart says just gone 11 because he's 1 hour. He's in a different time zone because he's in the UK.
Yeah.
So all right. Well, look, if it's all the same to you, Stuart, we'd rather not go 5 hours. We'd rather not stick around long enough to wish you Happy New Year.
Ah, come on.
Well, remember, we've been up since 4:30 this morning, so we're half an hour. No, what time is it? No, we're way past. So, and we got to go to midnight, right? Because we have to toast the New Year's with our family, so with our dad. So, Stuart says, "Peace out. I've got rockets to shit."
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen. Thank you all for coming out today and sharing with our creative efforts and letting us give you a preview of the book and we do want to wish all of you from the bottom of our heart that you have a most joyous, happy, peaceful, and healthful and productive new year. And may everything that your heart longs for, may you find yourself on the road toward attaining those goals, whatever they may be, that you feel that are pulling you into the future. Just keep following that pull. Keep listening to yourself, follow your heart, and let it guide you, because you will need its guidance. You will need its guidance in the coming year. 2020, if 2023 didn't hammer that home for you, then 2024 is going to be the year that finally carves that in stone in your consciousness, because it's going to be that kind of a year, and we're all going to be facing things where we're going to go, you know what, I am not qualified to face this. I am not qualified to handle this, to answer this, to work this puzzle out. This is beyond above and beyond my pay grade. And this is the opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to finally, in the face of that reality, in the face of the Kali Yuga, in the face of the baffling circumstances which are going to be manifesting, revealing themselves and applying themselves and affecting this humanity, it's finally an opportunity for us to say, I surrender. I give up. I surrender to my innermost. I'm not qualified. You guide me. You show me where to go. You tell me what to say. You inform me of what to write. Because remember that it's on that basis that we've been practicing for, gosh, what is it? About 20 years now, that we were able to write this book and do what we do here today. It's only because we surrendered. It's only because we committed ourselves to serving our higher self, Attlas, who is committed to serving his higher self, Allux, the Christ, and by extension, all beings, including all of you. Benjamin says, Happy New Year, everyone. Azazel says, yeah, let's not hope those rockets aren't going into the shitter. Benjamin laughed. Stuart Wilson, amen, brothers and sisters. No, truthfully, 2024 is going to be a challenge, but it's going to be exciting, it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be a tremendous opportunity for growth, development, and psychological depth as well. There's going to be so many. The challenges that we face and the battles that we face are going to afford us so much opportunity to transform ourselves, because we're going to realize, if we're true and honest with ourselves, that the only hope we have of moving forward is to transform ourselves, is to finally give ourselves to that metamorphosis, that transformation that everybody loves to talk about in the new age, but so few people know how to actually do. And well, we're going to continue doing it, and we're going to help and focus. 2024 is going to be all about helping others learn how to do it and effectively practice, effectively implement into their lives practically how to engage and how to make that transformation a reality for them.
What would you say to those who do know but do not put it into practice?
Do what you can. Do what you can. Because again, speaking for myself, there's lots of practices that Master Samael writes about that says that we should do, that we don't. One of those practices is sexual alchemy or white tantra, because we don't have a spouse. Well, what do you do about that? Well, you do what you can. And there was a time in our life that we got up at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning and we meditated for 2 hours. We don't do that anymore. We meditate maximum for 1 hour. Maximum 1 hour. Why? Because that's the most precious time of the day when we feel most connected. I'm most connected to Attlas, and together we're most connected to Allux at that time of day. So maximum 1 hour, and then we're up, we're out of bed, we're dressed, we're down, we're sitting in front of the computer. Our work is our meditation. Our work is our practice. Writing this book is our practice. Making these videos is a practice. Doing this live stream is a practice. You see, there comes a time when doing the practices or the exercises are there for us to be able to receive, like that's what meditation is for, to be able to receive information. Well, there comes, we begin, we're looking for information for our sake.
Yeah.
But we are not here to get information for our sake. We are here to get information for your sake, which means it's much more valuable for us to put ourselves in a meditative state and sit down in front of a computer and a keyboard than it is for us to lie for 2 hours or 3 hours in bed, meditating and getting a download of information and then forgetting it all or not knowing what to do with it because we didn't have a way of recording it down or translating or transposing it into a form that it could be of value to others. Because that's where we are at in our journey, in our life. That's what this book is all about. So for us, meditating, it's not that it's a waste of time, but if we meditated 8 hours a day like the Buddhist monks do, that would be a tremendous waste of time, a tremendous waste of resources. It really would. It really would. Not when we could be working and practicing and making and doing as we've done, made of our life is a practice. This is not for everyone. Not everybody can assume this role or this way of being because not everybody's at that level or not everybody has that capability yet. And even if they do acquire that capability, everybody has to do what they have to do. So, but we say do what you can because follow your heart, follow your intuition, follow your innermost being. Let him guide you. Don't force yourself to do things arbitrarily because you read it in a book. Remember what Master Samael said. Do not follow me. I am just a signpost. Find your own path to self-realization. He gives you the menu. Here's the menu, like the McDonald's menu when you go, or the Starbucks menu. You go in there. Here's all the different choices. Okay? You have them all available to you. But which ones speak to you? Which ones does your being say that resonates and that resonates and this we need to focus on this and we need to focus on that. And ours is not to reason why, ours is but to do or die. You don't sit there questioning your innermost being. Yeah, but why aren't we doing runes? Why aren't we memorizing the Hebrew alphabet? Why aren't we learning the Hebrew alphabet? I want to be able to read the Bhagavad Gita in the original language it was written in, which wasn't Hebrew, which is Sanskrit. Right? Like there's lots of people in lots of Gnostics, lots of esotericists who do that. Who they can literally read Sanskrit or they can read Hebrew in the original Hebrew. And that's fine. That's great. If you're a Gnostic instructor and you're writing about and you're decoding the Old Testament for students, maybe that's a skill you need to have. But we guarantee you that it was their innermost being that guided them to study that, not their rational mind or the ego mind or some other thing or their guilt or their shame that they're not doing enough or they're not doing the right practices.
Yeah, so
remember,
you can basically bottle it down to do what you need to do.
Do what you can. Okay? That's one side of the equation.
Yeah.
And then do what you're weak at. Focus on what you're strong at, what you can do, what you are able to do. And then where you have challenges, where you have weaknesses, spend some time exploring that, looking at that. Seeing what you can do to improve on places where you're weak if you feel you need to strengthen them. Because not everybody has to be good at everything. So, for example, I don't levitate. I don't know how to put myself into jinn state. I don't walk through walls. I don't do that kind of stuff. There's lots and lots and lots of, I don't have powers. I don't see auras. I don't talk to homunculi and the elementals of nature. I don't have any of that, those talents or abilities or capabilities. And there's very specific reasons why I don't have them and why I can't have them right now and why I might never have them. So I don't do those practices. I don't sit there trying to figure out how I can walk through walls and, you know, put myself in jinn state. Because right now I know that that's blocked to me.
Yeah.
But what isn't blocked is my access to Attlas and Atlas's access to Alux and our access to Atziluth, which is the world of archetypes. And our ability to perceive symbols and signs and archetypal universal truths at the foundational levels of manifestation and creation.
Do you mean like through the walls in a fourth dimensional kind of way, or like in an astral kind of way?
Well, jinn state is dematerializing yourself, putting yourself in the fourth dimension.
Yeah, it is.
That's jinn state.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, astral projection is astral projection. It's something different. So there's just like different levels. So, but we're on both of those fronts. We were given opportunities to astral project and have experiences, and we saw what we needed to see. We spoke to who we needed to spoke to, and we were given some opportunities to travel to other planets and, you know, fly into space and fly around the globe and this type of thing. And so, and then, you know, it was decided upon, okay, that's it. You've seen what you need to see. You've learned what you need to learn. You experienced what you needed to experience. Now you're cut off. Are being pulled our solar astral body away from us. Because why astral travel? What, for fun? For entertainment? A lot, because that's what a lot of people do when they lucid dream. When they astral travel, they astral project. They eavesdrop on their friends, or they spy on their lovers, or they go Supermaning around the world, and they you know, or it's for them, it's a playground.
Would you do it for fun though?
No, but what do I have to do? If I needed, look, when I needed to be lucid and awake in the astral plane, Attlas takes me there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? This is the thing, is that once you get to a place where I no longer make the decisions, I no longer drive the car. I am the car. But I'm no longer a Tesla trying to drive itself, crashing into everything and having my battery explode every 6 months. Because you'll read about it. That's my book. It's in my book. I'm a Tesla who said, you know what? I finally smartened up. My autopilot system is not good enough to navigate this world. I'm turning it off and I'm letting the driver drive me. The driver is Attlas. Attila, this mortal person you see in front of you, is just a human machine, is just a vessel, is just a vehicle. I'm just a Tesla. And this rational mind is just an AI, and it has the ability to do autopilot, right? Just like the Iron Man suit that Tony Stark uses has an onboard AI called Jarvis. But who's the superhero? The superhero is Tony Stark. The being in the suit, the soul inside the Iron Man suit. That's the hero. The suit and the AI is just the vehicle the vessel that the hero uses to be able to do the heroic works that he needs to do in the world. Joanne says, this is so wonderful. I can't wait to listen to this again. Well, we can't wait to see you again, Joanne. We're always happy to have you, and we're so glad. It's wonderful to hear that you are finding today valuable as well as hopefully enjoyable. Stuart says, we always have what we always have what we need provided to us. There is no need to reach in order to seek. Only focused discipline is required, has been my experiential knowledge. And this is, there is a beautiful little phrase that says, when you learn not to strive, you begin to arrive. Right? You exchange striving for arriving. And you can exchange stressing for blessing. And that's basically what Stuart is saying here. When you focus on discipline, you're focused on improving your radio and your radio tower, and you're cleaning up, you're fine-tuning your instruments. The more time and focus you spend on that, the more capable you will be at receiving those transmissions from your innermost, from your higher self. But if you imagine yourself as that radio operator in some remote part of the world operating a radio way station, okay, and you keep everything neat and orderly, you have all your log books, you have all your code books with all the prefix codes, you have all your guides with all the frequencies to all the other stations. Everything is neat and orderly, so that when a transmission comes in, everything is at your fingertips and you can operate that two-way radio with great efficiency and efficacy. But if your radio station is a mess and nothing is in order, everything is in disarray, and you don't keep your equipment up to date and clean and everything else, well, when the radio transmission is trying to get in, you're going to have a hell of a time receiving it, let alone passing it on to others, which is what a radio way station does. Because it's a two-way radio station. So, yeah, so you don't, and everything arrives in its good time, right? We don't get to choose that. But if we prepare ourselves and we surrender to it and we allow for things to show up, and we prepare ourselves, we keep our house in order so that things can show up because we are ready for them. But if we don't have our house in order, we're not ready to receive what's trying to show up. It won't show up until we're ready to receive it. But maybe what will show up is some chaos and some catastrophe that's going to pull the rug out from under our feet, so we fall hard on our ass and get shocked into lucidity, into wakefulness, and go, oh, that can happen.
Yeah.
Because that's my experiential knowledge. Right?
It can definitely happen.
So there you have it. And no doubt there's going to be some of that in 2024 as well. There's going to be a lot of that in 2024.
Oh yeah.
For everybody. For everybody.
There will be.
But again, that's an opportunity. These are opportunities. Stuart agrees. He says giggling with. So
yeah, we won't take this much farther. I mean, we could speak all night.
Well, I mean, we wrote somewhere in the ballpark of over 100 pages in part one about exactly that, exactly this last these comments, right? Especially the being made to fall hard on our ass part, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's the process. That's the process.
Yeah,
Because
it has been one of the most valuable lessons, actually.
right? That's the process. And no matter what, wherever level that we're at now, right? Okay, to get from this level to this level, there's only one direction you can go first. There's no way around it. There's no avoiding it. On the Alm of Life, that's the way this works. That's why when it comes to our website, we put that symbol right in our logo. Right? It's right there.
Yeah, the X and the spiral.
Yeah, that's so the X is the cross, which is also a stylized atlas. But the Alm of Life is what makes the world go round. Those are the spirals of evolution and devolution. So if Atlas holds up the world, he's holding up a manifestation of the Alm of Life. Because we can't get anywhere. We can't get anywhere without this. Right? And everything in the universe comes into being or not being according to this dynamic. This is the Alm of Life. This is the how. And it's not only the how, it's the only how. It's the only way. And even if you want to talk about exceptions like the direct path and so on, it's only a question of acceleration. It's only so even the direct path, because Master Samael often talks about the spiral path and in the Pratyeka Buddhas and the Nirvanis taking the spiral path of, they make it to Nirvana, but then they become identified with Nirvana. And so they'll spend thousands of years, proceeding from the level of a Buddha to the level of a master, thousands of years reincarnating and everything else. And that's called the spiral path. But the direct path is really no different. It's just you all do it in one lifetime. So it's the intensity, it's the intensification of this spiral. How fast are you able to go down into hell and back up and down and up and down and up? How many times and with what intensity and how accelerated can you go into the deepest, darkest levels of your own subconscious mind and eliminate your demons there?
Yeah.
Believe me, that's what the whole book is about. Is the Great Awakening is a sign that the times are coming that is going to make this easier for everybody. Because as above, so below, as within, so without. As things start going to hell in a handbasket in 2024, rest assured that is going to cause reciprocal reactions inside of your subconscious, inside of your psychology. And that is a tremendous opportunity for you to know yourself and learn and develop and grow. To comprehend your egos, to comprehend the very things that are losing their shit and going batshit crazy because things are going to hell in a handbasket out there. The more that happens, the more your psychological hell is going to get drawn to the surface. And that's when when the adversary shows his head, that's when you pick him off with a sniper rifle. That's to us is what Samael is with the god of war. Right?
Yeah, same here. We've actually had experiences with him as well. And he doesn't hold back. He actually shows you like the direct path, like in like a simple sentence. That's enough. So it's actually worth meditating upon, because a very few words can speak a lot when it comes to what he's actually writing about.
All right then. If it's all the same to everyone, there's basically, according to this, I think it's probably just Joanne, Stewart, Azazel, and ourselves left. And if Joanne's still here, she might have checked out as well. So it's 4:30, and no doubt Azazel would happily go till 2 in the morning, but we're going to have to call it a day. We're going to have to cut this short at 4.5 hours. I don't know if you can call that cutting it short, but we're cutting it short. So I want to thank all of you, which at this point, I think it's basically Azazel, Stewart. Oh, Kathy's here as well. Okay. So I want to thank you all for spending New Year's Eve day, and for Azazel spending his New Year's Eve with us. Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. Hang on a second. Wait a minute. We're not good at maths, but let's try. Joanne, Kathy, Stewart, Azazel, and ourselves. Isn't that 5? That should be 5.
Yeah, that's fine.
But my StreamYards is showing 2 live viewers.
Well,
Anyway.
some might be on YouTube and some might be at Facebook. But who cares, right?
So StreamYards is showing 2 people on watching on Facebook and 1 person watching on YouTube. Anyway, so rest assured, 2024 is going to be one batshit crazy year for technology too. So, well, are we still in Mercury retrograde? Does somebody know? Are we still in Mercury retrograde, or have we come out of that? Because we went into Mercury retrograde at some point before Christmas, didn't we?
Yeah.
I thought someone said, we got the COVID and pneumonia, and we were out for like 2.5 weeks. So we thought, but so maybe we've come out of it now.
Yeah, in our case, it was basically our egos having their way with us, basically.
Oh yeah. So Kathy said she was here. Joanne said she was here. Stuart says, peace be with all of you. Peace be with you all. Let's read that properly. Joanne says she's watching on Facebook. Stuart said Facebook. Kathy says yes. All right. So there's actually, 4 or 5 of us in our. So anyway, from this, I know not to pay so much attention to StreamYards when they tell me how many people are watching, because clearly it tends to underestimate.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the word. Okay, so Benjamin's here as well. Look at that.
Cool.
Yeah, see, now it's showing it's. You know what? Maybe it comes down to activity somehow. Like, because if you don't touch your keyboard for a while, right? Maybe it thinks that you're no longer watching, right? Maybe it's only, I don't know, who knows? Anyway, it's not important. It's not important. You guys are all here. That's wonderful. But look, after 4.5 hours, and we haven't had dinner yet. We didn't have lunch today either. So, and we have to be up until midnight. So we're going to say goodnight again, and thank you all again for joining us. And we're going to wish you all once more a very fruitful, joyous, peaceful, happy, prosperous, and healthful and blessed new year. We truly hope that all of your hopes and dreams and all of your longings that you will be set upon the right path and the right direction, or that because you are here, we will assume that you are on that path and that you are going in the right direction and that you are able to receive guidance from your innermost being. And that the reason why you are here is because when we speak from our innermost being, when we speak as Attlas and or as the servant of Alux, that it resonates with that aspect of you, with that higher self that keeps you coming back. And we hope and pray, and we look forward to hearing your feedback with regards to your experiences reading the book. And that if the book successfully reaches into the deepest vestiges of your soul, and you receive confirmation or validation from your higher self that yes, indeed, you made a good purchase decision, and that yes, you are holding in your hands an artifact of tremendous value that took 50 years to write, and is basically the life's work of someone who's on the path of the Bodhisattva. So I pray and hope that all of that comes together, and that in that synthesis, you will find answers and receive the true faith that gives you the strength of the quiet confidence that you are on the right path, that someone does have your back, and that everything that you need, as Stuart said, is showing up for you. We truly hope that all of this unfolds early in 2024 so that you could be well prepared for the batshit crazy stuff that's going to be showing up middle to the later in the year, especially as the United States goes into an election year. So we say this from the bottom of our heart with all of our earnest intentions and best wishes and blessings for you and yours, all you love, and all whom you care for. Azazel says, thank you for the stream. Thank you, Azazel, for being here and for participating. Joanna says, so grateful. Thank you to all. This has been very special. Best wishes to all. Thank you, Attlas. Thank you, Joanne. And Benjamin says, I'm doing deliveries, so I keep cutting in and out of Bluetooth every time I turn off the truck. Aha! That's why you come and you go. You come and you go. But thank you, Benjamin. We're always happy to have you here, and many blessings for a happy new year. Azaza says, I don't know about the sound quality, but it had to do its work. Indeed, indeed. So thank you all again. And we look forward to, and we will try to do our best to get all of our homework done over the week that we talked to you about, updating the websites and so on. And then hopefully by next Sunday, we'll have news for all of you with regards to these books and signed books and all that stuff that we discussed. Okay, so we'll try to get all that logistic stuff worked out this week as well. So once again, thank you all for joining us and for helping us ring in the new year with joy and with camaraderie and fellowship in the name of Christ, and for the glory of Christ and by the majesty of Christ. As always, we sign off with you now with all of our being. We say inferential peace, and have a wonderful and blessed new year, all of you. Thank you. Take care, everyone. We'll hopefully see you again next week.